Ivey. I really like that guy, man. I really like his game.
Yeah, me too.
He's so explosive. The one thing that gives me a little pause is what he's able to do in the half court. A lot of the stuff that I see from him is in the open court where he just can't be stopped. But what can he do in the half court is a little bit of my concern. It's not even in a different draft with kind of a different situation. It wouldn't be enough for me not to take him, but it's a little bit of my concern. But I really like Jaden Ivey. What's going on with y'all, man? What up, Terrence, Roddy, Sean, Ricky? No, there ain't no Ricky in here. David, Stephen Brown, Manny, Patrick, Schmuddy. What up to all y'all? Now, of course, Ramsey, first again.
Rich traveling across the world. He's in Kenny's favorite city. Tyler, what's happening?
My bad, big dog.
What's happening? I don't know what your question means, Bryce. I think there's a typo in there. I didn't. Did something happen to it?
Oof, ticket sales.
Oh, that's too bad.
That was a little ambitious by them, by the way, to put money in the bank in Allegiant. Ambitious.
I think they're trying to make money in the bank, the next big
the fifth.
Yeah, the big pay-per-view. Ouch.
It's still a little ambitious. I don't think you can put anything but Royal Rumble, WrestleMania
there.
SummerSlam.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. And that's what they did, right? SummerSlam was there.
You can't put Survivor Series.
The Survivor Series is dead. That's why I think Money in the Bank is the next. As far back as I could remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. Arguably the greatest line to start a movie in history, man. Rest in peace to the good fella, Ray Liotta.
Yes, indeed, man.
I've seen that movie. I have seen that movie far too many times. But that is the most iconic line, I think, to start a movie in history.
I've only seen it once, and I'm gonna have to revisit that again, man.
Man, that is
on the radio. Not laughing at his death. I was doing the classic laugh that he does with all the other gangsters when Joe Pesci's going back and forth.
The gift that lives forever. Yeah. There's a lot of gifts from Goodfellas that live forever, man. That is such a phenomenal movie, man. Yeah, sad to hear of Ray Liotta's passing. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, May 26th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we
appreciate
you so much for being with us. That's it. You got to be here early for the inside jokes, folks. You got to be here early for the inside jokes. Lots jumping off today. Bonta Hill, the Gucci pregame host. Golden State Warriors basketball, and of course the morning roast over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's going to be with us in the 2:00 hour. And Olivia Christian returns with us in the final hour of the show. So we got quite a bit ahead for you. We are so happy that you have made us a part of your day, and we are so happy. One of us more than another blowout last night. Another conference finals game, another blowout. The Boston Celtics get the job done. They absolutely run away with it in the fourth quarter, take a 3-2 series lead over the Miami Heat in this the series is far from over, but each day each game we keep getting more confirmation on what we believe is Celtics are they're a notch above the Miami Heat.
You know,
and I said ran away with it in the fourth quarter. It was actually the third. Forgive me.
Yeah, mid to late third. I remember when they started going on their run during the regular season, and people were talking about this could be a NBA Finals team, NBA championship team. Look at their point differential, what they've done in this run. I was like, nah, like they're not a championship team. I think they're a little year early for that. They need one more player for that, not champion. Man, that's a championship team right there. Not saying they will win it, but they can win it. Absolutely. And
it's a shame that a couple of people here on this program tried to tell you that, and you just blew them off. You wouldn't listen to them.
I did. I blew them off. I did blow them off.
Damn
Although I've had them to win every series in the playoffs aside from the first one.
You've picked them. That's correct. You didn't want them to win one of them, but you picked them to win.
I mean, I had to do what I had to do. I'm a broadcast journalism.
You are a broadcast journalist.
Not journalism. Journalist. And I had to do what I had to do. But man, it's a Celtics team for me personally that obviously I don't like the Celtics at all, but I really like the guys on this team. Like the KG, Paul Pierce team, I didn't like that team. Didn't like them. All right, no problem saying it. But I love Tatum. That's my guy. Jaylen Brown. Love Marcus Smart. I love Time Lord. What he brings to the table, man. So they're looking like the team to beat, obviously in this series, but maybe in the NBA Finals as well if they can close it out.
They might be. They still have to close this series out against Miami. Miami is going to fight until that final buzzer goes off. It's sad that this series is hampered certainly by injuries. No one's making excuses for the injuries, but I don't know who the hell was wearing number 7 for Miami last night. But our good, very, very good friend of the show, Chris Haynes, wrote an interesting piece on Kyle Lowry this morning, and you might have to sit Kyle Lowry. Like he just, and it's not like because Kyle Lowry's washed. It's not. He's clearly not healthy. And it's one thing for Kyle Lowry to try to push through this in the positions he in when you in the position that he's in. Jimmy Butler obviously isn't 100% either. Mm-hmm. He's fighting through things too, and I still think he is double-digit percentages healthier than Kyle Lowry is. Mm-hmm. And I admire Kyle Lowry for trying to be out there and work. But man, there's a point last night where it's like, is this a detriment? Like, man, this ain't it. No, this ain't it. It's creating matchup issues on the defensive end. He can't get in the flow on the offensive end. He's trying to use his savviness by, quote, drawing fouls. Like he's trying to, he's doing everything he can. It's just, it's not working. And he's one of a couple of guys. Jimmy Butler's another one. Marcus Smart is another one. Robert Williams is very literally game to game. Like we don't know on a game to game basis if Robert Williams is going to play. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the series. It's part of basketball. It's part of sports. But it does kind of stink that the series has been so marred by injuries.
Yeah, it's robbed us of seeing a really competitive Eastern Conference Finals. Where both teams are healthy. This is a 50-50 series. Mm-hmm. This is it's a knockout drag out series. A lot closer games, maybe low score, whatever the case may be, but they're going to be way more competitive, I think.
And with everything we just said, this is a 3-2 series.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like it's 3-1. It's not like it's 3-0. Like, this is a 3-2 series that's still very much up in the air. Like, Boston has business to take care of. Mm-hmm. But you're right. These games have not been pretty. And there's just have been, whether it be by Miami or it be by Boston, there have just been runs like somewhere in the middle that neither team has been able to stop nor recover from. Mm-hmm. I think Boston recovered from one, but still wound up losing. Right. Like the 20 point stat that we had yesterday remains true. It's been a 20-point lead in every game. It's 23 yesterday for Boston in that third quarter.
I think Boston probably still wins regardless, but I mean, if we're being real, Miami is I don't want to say they're playing without their three best players because Jimmy and Kyle are out there, but two of them are very hampered. And Tyler Hero, maybe their second best shot creator, hasn't played since game 2. He left in game 2 or something, I think it was. So I'm fortunate to see Jason Tatum continues to do what he does out there. I was listening, I think it was Simmons who was talking about it, but we'll even ask Jesse about this. He said Al Horford might have been the most valuable player to the Celtics, including Tatum. Playoff run. Al Horford.
That's.
I think it's a little. No, it's not. I understand what he's saying, but come on.
That's when you're doing a little too much. Like his point. No, what he's trying to do.
He could be number 2.
No, and that's fine. What he's trying to do is accentuate Al Horford's importance to the series. Mm-hmm. You could do it without jumping off of the building, jumping out the window, as Kenny would say. Like, you don't have to do that. Jason Tatum is the most important player to the Boston Celtics. Al Horford has been incredible. He has had incredible moments this postseason. He has been extremely important to what they do, but that's a little too hot takey to say that Al Horford in this playoff run is more important than Jason Tatum. Very important. Has stepped his game up when they needed it the most, but stop.
I agree. It reeks of. It has vibes of. Warriors don't win these championships without Draymond Green. Okay, settle down. They can find a guy that's 80% of Draymond Green, and as long as you got Steph Curry, you're fine. Same thing here. No disrespect. Horford's playing great, but he's not more important than Jason Tatum.
I wish we had made a compilation of all of the times you just slyly crapped on Draymond Green, just out of nowhere. Just having a nice conversation about Al Horford, the Boston Celtics, Miami Heat, Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, I'm going to find a way to work some Draymond Green slander in here. I'm going to get it. I'm get it in
no
here.
Draymond slander. I'm just comparing it to when people say those things. Draymond is done a great job, especially in these playoffs as well. But even in the past, he's done a great job. But let's. Just like we need to stop with the Al Horford is more important than Jason Tatum. It reminded me of
it's not we. It's not us. I've told you I've told you about that stuff that you listen to when we're apart. It's clouding your mind. It's like moms with rap music in the early '80s. Like that's what it is. I'm worried about the influence that some of these guys have on you.
Well, I will say this though, because our guy Roddy brings up a good point. Miami. They're not winning this series and they're struggling to score. And I heard, I don't even know if I want to play this because it's unverified, but whatever. I got sound from the Miami locker room last night and
don't do this.
Gabe Vincent was out there and this is what he had to say.
Players, this is not on you.
So listen.
This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all gave your heart. Y'all did everything right. It was the coaches.
You telegraph this stuff like you could see it from a mile away. He's gonna play that. He's gonna play that snotty little kid. He's absolutely gonna play. So okay. So just to be clear, with that stupid sound. This on Eric Spoelstra?
Nah, I don't blame him. That's what Gabe
just
Vincent
wanted to
said.
press the button.
Gabe Vincent said that. I didn't say it.
Gabe Vincent said it's on Eric Spoelstra?
Yeah, that was his voice in the audio.
See, Nat.
It was either Gabe or Jimmy Butler. I couldn't remember.
I'm gonna put in for another day off. I'm gonna tell Jeff I need another day off. PDX.
It was Gabe or Jimmy. I couldn't tell the voice. The yelling kind of threw me off a little bit.
See, and that's that's why he keeps doing it, is because you do stuff like that. The chat house encourages this behavior. You talking about
people what they want.
No, yeah, that's what you wanted.
People wanted.
No, that's what Kenny wanted. Go, I'm one of the people. I wanted it. I got to get it in. All right, so we've got the snotty kid and the Draymond slander in here to start the show. So we're off to a good start. It's a regular Thursday here.
Draymond might be going to the 6 NBA Finals tonight.
He very well may be, man. We'll talk quite a bit about that as the day progresses. We'll dive into some Kings talk as well, trading up, trading down, general managers at workouts. Oh, there's a lot to talk about on that front. And why are we seeing so many blowouts? Everybody seems to have a theory. We'll dive into that. You want to be a part of the show? Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, great places to start. You could jump in the chatty house, be a part of that wonderful community there. You could hit us on the phone lines as well, 916-349-1320. We are just getting started here at Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil here on ESPN 1320.
Players, this is not on you.
I actually think Draymond is better right now. When they were both like in their quote unquote primes, I used to always make that comparison. I used to always say if the Warriors,
very well.
if the Warriors had Al Horford instead of Draymond Green, they'd be just as lethal. Today, I think Draymond is better, but when like 2015, 2016, that's the guy I would always go to, Al Horford.
This is largely your fault, right? It's largely your fault.
Everybody loves that badass kid.
This is true. We all need drop buttons for real life scenarios. That's 100% accurate.
Come on, man. I need to get in front of that. I need to invent that now before somebody else does.
Walking into my next contract negotiation.
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
Oh, man. Oh, that'd be terrible. I see you, Roddy. Roddy just calling for him today. Roddy's just calling for him.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
Brian, you have no idea, bro.
Oh man. Oh yeah, let's go ahead. You know that's never leaving the board. There we go.
Isolating the sweet science of the sport, doctrinating my style.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you see Anthony Joshua pulled up on some teenagers that were heckling him?
No.
Yeah.
No.
He did. He might have said this. Yeah, he might have said this.
Isolating the sweet science of the sport, doctrinating my style. But we're going back to the raw, rugged streets. That's where I belong. I never followed no athletes growing up, no movie stars. I followed the hustlers, the Rayful Edmonds, the Jeff Ports, the Nicky Barnes, the Big Meaches, the Larry Hoovers. You understand me? They're the people that gave me the inspiration, the ones that came up from the streets to the top of the world, the empire.
Where's somebody's calling for it? Where's Penny? Hey, stop disrespecting me, bro.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. Like, don't do that.
Like, don't do that. Anthony, he said something. Did you find it, Jesse? Yeah, he said something about like hit you on your glass jaw or something like that. Anthony had enough. AJ had enough. Oh, Bam Adebayo.
I think it's Bam is. Oh, he does.
I think it's Rob. Rob is a tough matchup with the size and the athleticism. For once again, like I said, they stick Bam as a center. I don't think he's a center. I think he's a power forward. He's a I don't know what the measurements are, but he looks a little shorter than what I would want my center to be.
It's like I'm a FM DJ all over again.
I see you, good kid.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
When we come back, this is one that don't get enough play.
What more do you want from me?
One time for the one time.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Tyree's a wild boy. Oh man.
This carefully crafted and overly planned show disintegrated so quickly. Like at 11:59, like we were ready to rock, and it fell apart so fast.
I got some more stuff to make it fall apart. This won't make it fall apart. This is just interesting. I thought it was interesting for you, buddy. I saw in the Sacramento Bee a new report from real estate firm Redfin says that Miami, Phoenix, Tampa, Florida, and Sacramento have become the four most popular destinations for those looking to buy a home.
Okay,
taking over. You want to know where the hottest spot is right now, according to Redfin?
I'm gonna go. Is it you? Is it your area?
No, I thought it might be, but it's
what is
Rockland.
Is it Rockland still? All right. All right. I ain't in Rockland, but it's close enough.
No.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
I didn't think that would be the case. There's still areas.
I thought it would be Elk Grove, personally. I was just kind of relieved when it wasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot in this area that I haven't like explored. There's quite a bit out here. It's a good place. Yeah,
it is.
It's a good place. I haven't had any terrible interactions with my. In fact, I really like all of my neighbors, and I know where everyone's at. I'll let y'all figure. I know where everyone is at. Like to the house, I know where everyone is at. So I like it out here, man. It's
time it is.
Exactly.
I'd be surprised if they had said antelope. I would have really been surprised.
Yeah, antelope. No, antelope's old.
Antelope High is a really nice high school, though.
Elk Grove is. I think Elk Grove is still growing. I mean, those fabulous 40s, those mid-10s, that's old money. That's tough to get into. Rockland Rose, yeah, sure.
West Sac is going to be popping off probably in the next 10 years.
This is an area where I think people bought houses for like investments because the price range, the value of these homes out here don't really drop a lot. Like Natomas, they plummeted in Natomas.
Right.
Out here, they about the same. Like people like those and Bay Area tech folks who just wanted to buy up houses and renting them, they did it out here.
Yeah. That house value out there still standing, still strong out in Rockland.
Yeah, it is not weak in the knees. It is in fact not weak in the knees. So the final score last night, it not really indicative of the way the game played out. Like the game was not, I think, 93-80. The game was not in question. Late, the lead didn't blow up late either. It shrank as we got closer and closer to a finish. It was pretty clear with, you knew about 8 minutes, with about 8-9 minutes left in the fourth, Miami's not making a run. This game is over. And it, go to Twitter and you see, man, it's another game, another blowout, another game, another blowout. The Athletic posted an article today about why, it's not a figment of your imagination. We are seeing more blowouts. Like it's being noticed by everybody. And they went into this super like analytical breakdown of why this is happening. And now Mark Cuban tweeted about the play-in tournament and injuries and a cramped schedule, no days off. He tweeted from that aspect, which certainly, worth discussing as well. But the Athletic article, that was analytics, baby. That was the numbers. That was about pace. That was about threes. That was about starters staying in longer. That was about possessions per game. Like it dove pretty deep into the numbers, but none of that takes away from, I think everybody's expecting to tune into a blowout tonight. It's just a matter of which team is going to be up.
Yeah. And it's the article talked about, everyone's super in depth, like you talked about, and it talked about the playoffs as a whole and compared it to the regular season and all this other stuff. I look at these particular two matchups, the Eastern Conference and Western Conference Finals, and it's unfortunate that we're having these blowouts because, we want to see great close games or whatever the case may be. But I really think it's one of those things where it's just, it's a bad matchup. It's a bad situation. You got a situation in Miami where, like I said, they're either missing their three best players or two of the three are hampered. One is gone. You know what I mean? So that's going to lend itself, especially going up against a team like Boston, to good games and good series because Boston has the ability to blow them out of the water and pull away from them, and Miami can't react to that. So that's one reason for that, in my opinion, in the Eastern Conference. And the Western Conference, once again, I say with all due respect, you're not getting one of the best teams in the league in the conference finals. I'll refrain from saying what I said before, I'll just stop. But you're not getting the best. Like the Warriors, in my opinion, are way better than the Mavericks. So you get into these playoff times. Yeah, the Warriors are going to blow them out. Yeah. And it's just unfortunate. It's nobody's fault. It's not Dallas's fault. It's nothing like that. It's just unfortunate. Phoenix wasn't who would probably be one of the top teams in the league throughout the year. It's unfortunate they didn't handle business. It's unfortunate for us as trying to watch good competitive games. Not for Dallas fans, but yeah, I think that's the biggest reason why in these conference finals we're not getting competitive games.
I don't think it's just in the conference finals, though. I mean, go back to game 7 of Dallas Phoenix. Go back. Didn't Dallas get blown out by 30?
Yeah, that whole series was full of
kind of the same.
1 and 2 weren't blowouts. I know they pulled away in the fourth quarter. Phoenix did.
I mean, Milwaukee,
Boston was phenomenal.
Was close, and I think Boston
was phenomenal.
Was pretty close.
Yeah. Do we have another 7 games? I don't think we had a 7-game series. Outside of that, Minnesota and Memphis was pretty good in the first round. They had some comebacks. Like Minnesota kept blowing 20-point leads.
Did that go? That didn't go 7, did it? Minnesota did.
Yeah, 6.
That's what. Yeah. Oh, Minnesota. Oh, that was tough.
So that was tough. The Golden State beat up on Denver. Utah and Dallas was pretty good. I mean, Dallas got one big blowout in on them. I think they've been all right. Like I think the playoffs have been fine.
Here's a couple of lines from the article I think they've overall have been good. I just, the thing that we saw last sticks out in our head the most. And, from game to game, conference to conference, we're getting blowouts. A line from today's article in The Athletic about this. Heading into tonight's Western Conference Finals Game 5 between the Warriors and Mavericks, there have been 35 second and third round games in the 2022 NBA playoffs. Those 35 games have featured a grand total of 29 minutes played in clutch situations. Clutch is defined as when the score is within 5 points with 5 minutes or fewer remaining in regulation or overtime. That's spread across 10 games. That is to say the outcome of 25 of the 35 highest stakes games of the season have never been in any real doubt. So they're there. It's not our imagination. These blowouts are happening on a very, very regular basis. Interestingly,
now real quick though. I mean, I think there have been blowouts, but what defines a close game again?
The score, clutch situations is when the score is within 5 points with 5 minutes or fewer remaining in regulation or overtime.
Right. So like a team could have been up 8 for most of that time, and that wouldn't be defined as clutch time. It's not a blowout either, though. You know what I'm saying? Like they're saying it as if outside of that, it's just a blowout. Like, well, 8-point game it's not clutch. It's not close, but it's not 28. It's not 18. We're just not getting close games.
That's true.
We're not getting close finishes is what it is. And that's I want to see a close finish too. I want to see, great clutch moments. Absolutely.
Another interesting note in here, again, this is a super numbers based article. And we won't get into all of the numbers because, let's be honest, numbers are boring, but these are interesting. Before getting into why blowouts have been more common this year, it's worth remembering that the playoffs historically see more lopsided final scores than the regular season. Since 2003, 2004, 14.9% of regular season games have ended with 20-plus point margins compared to 17.6% of playoff games. Again, that's a very specific number, and I think it's the one we're hung up on because it's the one we feel like we keep seeing. That's 20-plus points, kind of to what you were saying about clutch minutes or clutch situations. That doesn't include 19. It doesn't include 18. Anyways, it's interesting that everyone is paying attention. Why? And everyone is trying to figure out, why aren't these conference finals competitive? Why does it feel like all of these playoff games have been blowouts?
In general, like the numbers you just read off, you can't argue there haven't been close games, close finishes. You know what I mean? And that's just, you're getting the best of the best. We're getting the playoffs that was considered widely, and rightfully so, in my opinion, is one of the most wide open that we've had in recent memory, as far as like not having a top flight team. We've had a lot of good teams. It was just wide open. So you can't argue with the numbers there in those stats and just what we're seeing. We're not seeing a lot of close games. Conference finals, though, I think that's pretty easy to determine without the numbers. We don't have the right situations and the right matchups to have close games. We've got 2 teams in Boston and in Golden State that, for various reasons, are just way better than their opponents.
916-349-1320 if you want to jump in here. Lazy, what's good, buddy?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's good, guys?
What's up, Lazy? Hey. Hanging in there, man?
Oh, man, it's tough, man. I feel like Charles Barkley right now. I could make a mistake. It's tough, but
Lazy's a Heat fan, for those who don't follow the daily travels of Lazy.
But yeah, one comment, one question. My comment was, do you think it's going to change in the finals? Right now we're seeing a lot of blowouts. But in the finals, the schedule kind of changes, so the games are spaced out, 2 or 3 days. So maybe more rest results in better games. And my question was, I don't know if you guys saw Joel Embiid's tweet, but he was saying, the Heat could use another star. Do you think it's realistic, maybe Bam, Tyler, even Duncan for Embiid, maybe? Just, throwing that out there.
I'll say this. It's realistic that Joel goes to Miami. I don't think it'll be this offseason. But remember, after Philadelphia went away, and I'm not taking this as my own, I was at my ear to the street, and there was a couple guys in Philly who would talk to some guy. I don't know if they were related or just friends or whatever, but they were like, I've been saying it for 2 years now. Joel's going to find his way to Miami. Like, that's just what it is. Like, there's some people in Philly who are already bracing for it. And I agree. Like, I think he's going to get to Miami. I don't think it'll be this offseason. It probably won't even be during the season, but I think he reunites with Jimmy Butler down in Miami. at some point in the near future.
Be fascinating to watch. Philadelphia's biggest blunder for sure is not making that situation with Jimmy Butler work. To answer Leezy's first question or his first statement about the NBA Finals and more rest, I don't think rest is a big reason why we're seeing this, despite Mark Cuban's tweet, which we'll get to in a second. And I think the NBA Finals will be significantly more competitive than these conference finals have been because I think it's a significantly better matchup. If we're getting the matchup that I think that this show has been calling for a while now in Boston versus Golden State, I think we're going to get a high-end NBA Finals. If somehow Miami comes back and wins this series, I just right now, and it seems quite a ways away right now, I don't see that being a super compelling series because Miami can't score with them.
No,
and at this point, with the way Miami is, with how beat up Miami is, it's the Boston's got to take care of business. But if they don't, that's a collapse. It's a big time collapse being up 3-2 against a team that just seems to be beaten to hell right now.
Right, man. It is hard to fathom that Miami can win 2 straight games against Boston. Like that seems like the tallest of orders, and if they were to do it, this would be like what I talked about with Dallas in the Western Conference Finals. I'd come over here after game 2 of Golden State beating the brakes off Miami, and I'd be like, Miami has no business in the NBA Finals.
Oh, jeez.
Boston blew it.
Oh, jeez. Great. The schedule for the NBA Finals is June 2nd is game 1. And then you've got the 5th, the 8th. So there is an extra day there. The 10th, which is kind of the schedule we're accustomed to. 13th, 16th, and 19th, should it go that far.
Do we know where they're starting? I can't remember. It would be best record, so starting Boston.
If Boston advances, it would. Well, I think no matter what, it'd be
Boston and Miami, and then they're going. Yeah, it's 2-2-1-1-1.
But wait, did they have a better record? They might have finished with a higher seed, but they might not have had a better record.
Oh,
53 wins versus 53 wins. Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know how they worked out the Miami one, but if Boston, they would be. But Boston finished with they finished 51 and 31. Miami and Golden State both finished 53 and 29. Boston and Miami are seated higher, but Golden State has a better record.
Got you. Real quick,
which speaks to the colossal collapse of the 64 win Phoenix Suns not being here.
Wow.
Oh,
that's tough. Like I said, that's one you just.
That really is tough. I thought your remark was a smidge bit unfair. It doesn't mean it was wrong. It just means it was unfair. Like, man, Phoenix not having Phoenix versus Golden State kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Even if they had been 5 blowouts or 6 even if it had been a sweep, at least we would have seen it and we would have known. Now I just, it's kind of that question mark. Like, all right.
Well, I mean, we could talk about it. Jesse talked about it earlier. I'm not going to be the one because they always say I be hating. Jesse, what you said earlier? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You saying they had an easy walk to the NBA Finals?
Two things can be equally true. just because they had, and for those
Can't believe you were too much of a coward to bring that up. You're a coward.
I mean, I just wanted, it was Jesse's thought. I wanted him to say it. It was his thought.
Oh, but you couldn't wait to talk. Oh, anytime Kenny says, "Oh, we can talk about it," you know he can't wait to dive into whatever he's about to say next. We can talk about it. That means he's been itching to get this out there.
People in the chat, Jesse said basically that the Warriors had an easy road to the NBA Finals. And like I said, two things can be equally true. The Warriors are a great team. They're going to win the Western Conference, but they're one of the two coming into the playoffs. They're one of the two best teams in the Western Conference. So it wasn't like they were some type of scrubs. They got these easy draws, but they did get fortunate draws all the way through. All the way through. And they've taken advantage of them. They haven't had any real threats. And they're going to get to the finals and probably play their first. They're going to play their toughest test of the postseason in Boston.
Yeah, for sure. That I completely agree with that. I'm going to stop short of saying they had an easy road to the finals. Again, the Denver point's valid. There was a strong argument. There was an argument, at least, that Denver was the worst team in the playoffs. And not because Denver's terrible. It's because Denver amazingly got that's it. They got where they got because of Nikola Jokic and Mike Malone. And Mike Malone wears a suit to the games, or used to. Now he might just wear a Nike, quarter zip or whatever Mike Malone wears. Point being, he's not on the floor, and they have relied on Nikola Jokic carrying that, that workload for them, and them just kind of working around situations the best that they can. And you knew that was probably going to catch up to them in the playoffs, and having Golden State in the first round, that was going to get you. The Ja and Memphis thing is interesting because of the way Memphis played without Ja Morant during the regular season. Now, the regular season isn't the playoffs. There's a hot take for you right there. You could put that on my tombstone. The regular season isn't the playoffs, so you can't expect, it's just different. And so to say, oh, well, they played well without him during the regular season, yeah. This ain't the postseason, and this ain't the regular season, and y'all weren't playing the Golden State Warriors every night. So postseason's different. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to. Dallas finished one game worse than Golden State did in the regular season. One game. This is a 52-win Dallas Mavericks team. They're not a pushover. They shouldn't be a pushover, at least. But they're not Phoenix. They're not the defending Western Conference champions, and that would have been an entirely different test. That would have been an entirely different vibe if Phoenix was able to get through that series. I think there is a strong. I think there's a great conversation about who the best team left in the playoffs is. Is it Golden State? Is it Boston? Does Miami prove us wrong? Does it wind up being Miami? But I feel like a lot of people are going to lean towards Boston if it comes down to these two. And again, not trying to count your chickens, but
I think it'd be 50-50. I think it'd be split down.
What would the percentage be if it was Phoenix, though?
If it was Phoenix and Boston?
Phoenix returning to the NBA Finals to take on Boston.
It'd probably be, I'd say probably 70-30 Phoenix. This one, I think people, just because they're a little more familiar with the Warriors, it might even be 55-45 Warriors.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. This Celtics team is so fascinating. It feels so vital that they get to the NBA Finals because they've been here so many times. Like Tatum and Brown, this is one of the most dynamic young duos in the NBA. Young-ish duos in the NBA. Age young duos in the NBA. You got Marcus Smart. You got all of these different components. This team here that's so solid. But again, they're young in their age, but they've got those NBA miles. They've got conference finals miles. And this feels, Jaylen Brown's fourth Eastern Conference Finals, Tatum's third. This feels so vital for them to advance.
Yeah.
And then to go up against the man,
it's a huge stepping stone for these guys at that age. I know we talk about
stepping stone, man. We could have a changing of the guard moment.
We absolutely could. And I think, I've talked about it where people, and I understand, I'm not like going against it. People talk, well, they're not young. They've been in the league 5-6 years, still 23, 24 years old.
Well, it's my De'Aaron Fox argument. We got to stop looking at De'Aaron Fox like he's some young kid. Like he's been in the league 6 years.
And then I always say he's still 24.
His age, that's why I try to press it. Like his age is young.
Yeah.
His NBA legs, it's been in the league 6 years.
And then I always say, well, he still ain't even in his body. His physical ain't even matched.
Oh, good. 15 pounds of muscle. Great. Here we go. You heard him. You heard what Kenny said. 15 pounds of muscle coming this offseason.
And look, I look at Tatum and Brown the same way. Like these guys are, maybe it's a little too far to call them kids, but they're still young. And to have this type of experience, and like you mentioned, possible changing of the guard here with these guys getting to the finals, if they can finish the series off. Man, league's in good hands, man.
Leezy brings up a good point here. It's KD,
oh my gosh,
Kyrie, Giannis.
His first title defense too, by the way.
Jimmy Butler.
Not NBA championship title defense.
The title that matters. Title that matters. Yeah, and it's only a matter of time before the D'Lo and Casey strap goes back to being universal. We'll come back. Let's talk Kings basketball. I've was all over the Athletic this morning. We'll dive into that. And I tried to bait James into saying a name yesterday. He didn't take the bait. We'll talk about it when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
We were talking about it in the beginning of the segment. You guys were talking about, but Jill brought up the point, like Folsom having massive development going on out there. They're like building a whole.
Jill just moved to Folsom, I think.
Well, they're building like a whole nother sub-city of Folsom. Like it's massive what they're doing out there.
Like what Rockland became. Like it used to be Roseville.
Yeah. They're like, I think at this, what they're building, I don't know the actual directions, but it's like, oh yeah, I live in East Folsom. I live in West Folsom. Like it's about to be that big. I think they got like, I remember seeing this like 2-3 years ago. They got approved for like 2 more high schools, a bunch of elementary schools, and all the housing. Like it's a lot. It is a lot.
Hey, webcam's here.
Early. Woke up.
This morning. Woke up. Yeah. Yeah, webcams. They strong.
Did you see I didn't know this guy was still on here, but did you see the Perk versus Beverly? It wasn't nothing too crazy. They just disagreed. Perk just kind of called him out on something.
Patrick Beverly is still on television?
Right. Yeah, still in the first take cheers. But basically, he was talking about how, you came on here and you eviscerated Chris Paul and all this other stuff. And Pat Bev was like, did I tell a lie? Did I tell a lie? He's like, no, you didn't tell a lie. But you still on here and you got the nerve to say James Harden deserves a super max because he's your boy. He's like, oh, it's my boy. He's like, you ain't no my boys here. Once you get off the court and you step in front of this camera, it ain't my boy. You got an obligation to tell the people the truth. And it's crazy for you to go So you ask Stephen A. Smith to keep the same energy for Chris Paul. How come you're not keeping the same energy for James Harden? It was a good moment by Perk. He was right. He was spot on. And Pat Bev really had nothing to say.
I like Perk. Perk amuses me. He makes me laugh. Man, Elle Duncan is special. She is very, very good. Very, very good at this.
I'm glad to see her getting her shine.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what they're gonna do with people's tickets that bought the tickets at for the Allegiant, and now it's in the MGM Grand Garden Arena.
WWE knows how to do this. They've had to do it before. They did it. Are they really? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you can do that.
Refund them. They should give those guys the first opportunity.
Yeah. Especially if you. I mean, they're like if you wanted to go, you're still gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting though, because normally in stadium shows the price drops a lot.
The price, didn't even hear him.
Stadium shows, I'm gonna get this point out. In stadium shows, the price goes down. Like the price isn't as high. So at the MGM, you would think that the price,
the lower level in the stadium is
prices are going to be higher. Right.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you've got to tune. I don't know what to say. Like, show's already in progress. Welcome. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I want to point out Mark Cuban's tweet, and we can leave this behind. I only want to point this out because I mentioned it earlier. Mark tweeted, as fun as the play-in tournament was, it led to playoff games being played every other night, which raises the question of whether that has led to teams being tired and possibly injured. We can't extend the last day because of TV. Should the play-in be just the 8th seed or not at all? Any thoughts on Mark Cuban's belief that perhaps the play-in tournament played a factor in some of what we're seeing right now?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
we can leave it like that. That's fine. I mentioned it, and I wanted to make sure I read it.
I got thoughts. I could have thoughts. It's okay.
You know how I feel about the play-in tournament, so
no, but I just disagree, and I don't look at Mark Cuban any type of way. He's super bright, and
sharing an opinion, sharing a thought, posed it as a question.
Yeah, I don't think that has as much to do with it as the fact that they play 82 games. Like, I just don't think they need to shorten the season. It needs to be 70 games, and that would be the sweet spot. Probably needs to be closer to 66 or whatever, but I think the happy medium is probably 70. But they need to shorten the game, and this also goes into like what we talked about the other day. And this is, once again, I want to clarify, no shade or disrespect to anybody in the past, but they play too hard night in and night out to play 82 games nowadays. Like, everything is under a microscope.
Who was guarding Magic with his hands on his hips? Bob Jones. Yeah,
and that was in the finals.
It was in the NBA Finals. It was Game 6 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, they play too hard every single game. Like the I don't want to say scrutiny, but the game planning, and you got to be locked in and running around and defensive stance all game long, or else you getting exposed and all. Like, it's too much to do 82 games in playoffs. Like,
that's interesting. That's interesting. Something that I haven't thought of, because you used a line there that got my attention. You said you get exposed, and I don't now we had our fun with Bobby Jones and his less than lockdown defense on Irvin Magic Johnson in Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and the legend that is Julius Erving. There's a reason that you see all of his highlights on the offensive side of the floor. But you're not insinuating. Are you saying these guys didn't play hard every night back then?
But that's why I said I don't want to be disparaging. It was just a different time.
And so you can't not play hard now because your game's on TV, your game's on House of Highlights, your game's on YouTube. You can't have those lackadaisical nights. You can't take a night off, as they say. Again, not insinuating they did that in the 80s and 90s or before House of Highlights existed or before, the streaming services on the internet exploded or League Pass exploded. I just, if you did, you could get away with it. Like everyone talks about, could you imagine if social media was around when Jordan went to Atlantic City? Jordan wouldn't have gone to Atlantic City if social media was around. There are things that you could do because mostly nobody would know, right? Like you can't do that now. And that includes, I'm going to stop short of saying they play hard every night and that's the difference between now and then. But I think you got something there.
And once again, not to disparage those guys, but it's the style of game, right? Like they played hard in the 80s, but if Dr. J is guarding Kurt Rambis, on one side of the court, the ball's on the opposite side. If it skips to Kurt Rambis in the corner, Dr. J don't have to run out there and guard the three. Kurt Rambis ain't taking the three. That's not the game they played. Like he can go out there, the ball went over my head. All right, I'm gonna stay right here about 15 feet away. And if Kurt wants to run into me, I'll be ready to defend him. But I don't have to sprint out there and rotate 4 times and all this other. Like that's just not the way the game is played. And once again, if those guys were in today's game with this style of play, they would adjust and they'd be running around crazy just like everybody else. It's not an indictment on them as athletes and individuals. It's just that's not how the game was played. And NBA old boy says, where is it at? He's in the chat. I can't find it, but he said, Michael Jordan didn't play hard, and that's not what I'm saying. But I will say this: I think Jordan, with his relentlessness on both sides of the floor, changed the way the game was played. And more importantly, I hold true to this. Detroit changed it. Detroit was like locked in all game, team defensively, rotating, help, all this other stuff. And that's kind of when things changed. Michael saw that from Detroit, was like, we need some of that on our end. They incorporated that into what they do with the Bulls, turned into the Knicks, which turned it, back into the Bulls. And it kept going, and the whole league started to take on it and adopt that. But once again, they still had a different game. When I was listening to Simmons, and he did make a great point with this. And he talked about how, remember in the early 2000s when people made a big deal about Rip Hamilton, right? And they were like, Rip Hamilton, he's just running all game long and coming off screens, and it's just constant movement. Terrence Davis does that now. Like, it's not even the star players. It's the entire league running around all game, hard cuts, got to rotate out to this guy because Rip Hamilton was doing that and he was shooting 15-footers. Now you got Jordan Poole and Steph Curry doing that from 25 feet away. Like, it's just a different game, and it's taxing on these guys night in and night out. And I think that has more to do with it than a playing game, in my opinion.
Well, I certainly don't think the play-in game is a factor in any of this, or the play-in tournament or any of that stuff is truly a factor. I feel like they've been trying to find ways to shorten the regular season without any ramifications for it, right? Like because they threw out this, we've got to eliminate these guys taking rest days. And here's what, and I feel like some of the talk of cutting the season down has died a little bit, and perhaps it's because Adam Silver realized or was hip to the fact you could cut 10 games off of the season. You're going to still have guys rest.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a point in the schedule where it makes sense for someone who might get 2 days off to turn into 5 days off if they miss this one game in this one city and then they're back, they're going to continue to do that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whether the game is 82, whether the season is 82 games or the season is 72 games. And I don't think any of that stuff is going to have a factor on what we're seeing right now in the Eastern Conference. These Eastern Conference Finals, Western Conference Finals, the Conference Finals, these are the moments that this is what they played the 82 for. Like, it's just, you laid it out earlier. Dallas isn't as good as Golden State, and Miami is beat to hell.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Miami is as good as Boston is, but I know that whether they are or they aren't, it's probably going to be difficult for us to find out when we're working with, Jimmy Butler on a low percentage, and God bless him, the ghost of Kyle Lowry.
Yeah. Poor Kyle Lowry.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer to any of this stuff is. It's
a lot of basketball and a lot of intense basketball.
Is there something to be said for, if we stretch it back further, if we, take away the play now and just talk about how, dudes played hard, and obviously no one is saying Michael Jordan didn't play hard. No one is saying Magic or Isaiah Thomas or these guys didn't play hard. But is there something to be said for, now you've got, we talk about Shaedon Sharpe. Shaedon Sharpe been playing a high level of he's what, 19 years old, 18 years old? He's been playing a high level of basketball since when? Like, what's 13, 14 years old? I mean, LeBron James has been in the national spotlight. We marvel at LeBron James's NBA career while almost forgetting he was in the national spotlight when he was like 15 years old. He was in the national spotlight. He was playing highly competitive basketball years before he was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Luka Doncic, I think, has been a pro for like 14 years. Luka Doncic was like 8 playing with pro basketball players over there. The old Ricky Rubio line, like Ricky Rubio was 12 years old. Like, these dudes play high and yes, I understand I'm exaggerating a little bit, but these dudes play high level competitive year round basketball significantly longer than they used to. And that energy's got to get pulled from somewhere. And it's like, people think caffeine is a magic drug. It's you're not getting magic energy from the energy fairy. You're pulling energy stores from later on in the day, whether it's at 2:00 you crash, or whether it's at, not naming any names, but maybe you get a little tired around 8:30 at night, 9:00. You're pulling energy stores from later in the day to use them earlier. You can't imagine these dudes are suddenly playing basketball, high level travel, year round basketball at 13, 14, 15, 16 years old and thinking that's not going to have ramifications on them when they're even when they're 26, 27, 28 years old, whereas in the past it might have been 31, 32, 33 years old. Now it's happening earlier.
Amen. I'm in the mix of it. I'm part of it. What I tweet out on my Instagram stories, the best 3rd and 4th grade game in Sacramento.
That's right.
And I know both of these programs. I'm part of one of the programs. I know the other program with the Dream Chasers and Marcus Price. I'm part of TBA. These kids are practicing 2-3 times a week. They're playing it at least every other weekend in a tournament where they play 3 to 4 games in a tournament. You know what I'm saying? Some in certain situations now, like May, June, July, they may be playing 3 out of the 4 weekends, 4 games. And they're doing this as early as 8 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's good for, repetition and muscle memory and all this other stuff. But when are you really giving your body a break? Like, I don't know when the last time Jason Tatum got a chance to chill out. Jaylen Brown got a chance to just chill out for an extended amount of time.
I mean, man, more that we talk about this, I think like a lot of these dudes, you brought up Tatum, these dudes have been committed to USA basketball since they've been 14 years old. I just think there's often old, like, angry sports talk about these. Michael Jordan played 82 games, 10 times in his career. You go back and you look at all of these numbers of games that these guys in these past, decades played. It's like, yeah, like price of being an NBA player is different now than it used to be. You've got it. You want to be noticed. You want to get on those highs. You got to commit to USA Basketball. And when USA Basketball calls, you care. You want to get on the radar of Nike, USA Basketball calls, you're going to be there when they call. They want you for all these different tournaments. You better be there for all these different tournaments. Yeah. I don't know what the solution to this is. I really don't. I don't know if because cutting the season to 72 games, I don't think it, or whatever number of games, I don't think that's going to appease everybody. That's not going to make everything better. And I can't imagine how it doesn't change money.
That's going
to change money.
They need, I mean, we could get real drastic and say they probably need to be playing like 50, 60 games. They need to take off
crazy.
They need to take off about 20 games.
What are we going to do with ourselves if we do that? Let's not get crazy here, pal.
That's where you put the WNBA in the winter, and we could fill in right there the time watching the WNBA in the winter. That's all you could do. We'd have all the basketball we ever want.
And you got to get all of those European leagues that pay big money to move their seasons.
Or you could just pay them what the European leagues are paying them here in America.
Good luck with that, buddy. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can. 916-349-1320. Rumors continue to fly all around. The Kings are in such a incredible spot here in this upcoming NBA draft. You can't open a discussion on the NBA draft. You can't read an article on the NBA draft or listen to a podcast without some talk of the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, they're in a prime position here at 4, and we've spent a couple of days talking about the possibilities of them trading up, and Paolo and Chet and some of those different things. And now a lot of people are talking about them trading back. But one thing that and James Ham has talked about them trading back as well. One thing that you seem to see tied to the Kings a lot, though, is trade. And from some things I was reading in The Athletic today, obviously I spent a great deal of my Thursday morning on theathletic.com today, is Sacramento and Portland. According to general managers and people around the league, apparently Sacramento and Portland are teams that have either engaged in trade conversations or that general managers are attempting to engage in trade conversations. I think Portland's 7. I remember what will almost certainly be a gift forever. Dame Lillard with that look on his face when the Portland Trailblazers name gets called. But yeah, the Kings at 4 and the Blazers at 7.
I'm not sure.
I don't know why the Blazers, though.
I was just about to say, I don't know what Portland's got going on with that. I'm trying to figure out where they would be moving back, maybe adding a pick with that. I'm not exactly sure. The Kings, I mean, we said it when the lottery happened, when James was here, and then when you came back the next day. And it seems like that's where the draft starts for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's where, all right, we can do some willing and dealing. And aside from, maybe one team, nobody else feels like they could get into the top 3. So if they want to make a trade, if they want to go up for a player after the top 3, the draft starts with the Kings. I don't agree with, I mean, there are some players that intrigue me and in some situations that intrigue me with the Kings possibly moving back. I'm just really not into that. I'd much rather them, if they're going to make a deal, move up, or don't make a deal at all and pick the pick. But everything's on the table, man. Everything's on the table. Like, I don't want to look at it like, oh, I'd never move back, because if the deal is right, like sure, but the price has to be really high for me to move back.
Here are a couple of things that stood out in this article that posted in The Athletic in recent days. They talked about the Sabonis deal, pairing him with Fox. In that trade, the Kings got rid of their logjam at guard by sending out Buddy Hield and a young combo guard in Tyrese Halliburton, who played alongside Fox, thus making it more unlikely that Sacramento unexpectedly circles back and grabs another combo guard like Jaden Ivey, if available. But this was the line that really caught my attention that I wanted to bring to you. Not only do I think they'll trade the pick, but I also feel that is the right move. There's a realistic chance that this number 4 pick, along with Sacramento's several quality role players and expiring contracts, could be packaged together in a trade that would return someone like John Collins or another player in a similar tier to Fox and Sabonis to give them a stronger chance of reaching the postseason. I'll end it there. I got a variety of questions. First one: John Collins, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, same tier?
Not to me, and I really do like John Collins. I think he's a good ball player to help his team. I think he's a notch below Sabonis. I think he's probably about the same level as De'Aaron Fox. Like I will say, I can see how somebody says that. Okay. I can see it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but yeah, I can see how somebody says that. I wouldn't look at that as blasphemous if somebody had them on the same level. I think Sabonis a little better. I even think Fox is a little bit better, but John Collins could play. And I'm not saying that you're saying he can't, but
no, I think both of the Kings are a little bit better than John Collins. But again, if we're talking about tiers, like, are we talking about the same vicinity of player?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. I wasn't sure about that one, and I thought, okay, who is?
I think Fox and Sabonis are a little better than John Collins. I don't think you would ever, regardless of people think it's the right thing to do or anything like that, there's actually conversations about building your team around De'Aaron Fox or Sabonis. There is a conversation. Now, you could have that conversation and somebody be like, you'd be crazy to build around Sabonis or Fox. But there's conversations.
Mm-hmm.
There's no conversations about building your team around John Collins. But they don't even exist because everybody knows what it is. That's why I would agree with you. They're a little higher than John Collins.
Watching how this John Collins situation unfolds with Atlanta will be sort of fascinating from my aspect, because they, I think, essentially did what people wanted them to do, what people wanted the Kings to do with Bogey. Sign him and figure it out later. I don't think Atlanta really had intentions of keeping John Collins long term. I think they saw him as an asset that we're going to keep our asset. We'll sink all this money into it for a year. That's fine, but we're confident we're going to be able to move on from him. And whether they do or they don't, and what they get in return or what they don't get in return, that'll be interesting. It's not even remotely close, to Bogdanovich numbers at all. But the match the sheet, figure it out later, match the sheet, move Buddy immediately. Like, when the entire league knows, they don't want John Collins. It'll be interesting to see. That's why the thing that stuck out to me, the 7 pick, sure. 8th pick, yeah, let's talk. The 4 pick, I don't know, man.
This is different.
I don't know that the 4 pick. I don't know that John Collins is the guy that gets my attention for the 4 pick.
I agree.
As long as as many trade scenarios as we've put together for John Collins, I don't know. 4 is not 7.
No. And once again, yesterday's price is not today's price.
Not, man.
All right, if we're talking Atlanta and we had talks about John Collins, the price is different today. All right, so I agree. I like John Collins. If you could find a way, this may be asking entirely too much, but if you can find a way to keep Harrison, Davion, and the 4 and add John Collins, it's a good look.
Okay. Hang on, Tiger. What does that even look like?
That looks like.
Did you want to keep Harrison, Davion, and the pick?
Yeah, but that looks like Rashawn, maybe a future. Because I don't know if Atlanta's looking to add talent as much as they're looking to create
shed
space.
Money. Okay,
you know what I'm saying. So they may look at that as an opportunity to shed salary, because I think they are looking to add talent, but they're looking like high end talent. So if they could shed Collins' salary, gain a first round pick, or protect a first round pick, that'll give them flexibility to really go after next year, or even this summer, go after somebody in a trade. I don't know, Kevin Durant, if he's available. You know what I'm saying? Like now they've got some space to maneuver with the cap. So it's a long shot. I'm not saying like that's exactly what would happen, but I would ask him.
I just feel like that's the dangers of matching a contract when there's a presumption that maybe you don't want that play. Like you're doing it from an asset perspective because it devalues the asset immediately.
Right.
And that was my concern with Bogey and even Buddy in that sense, is those guys' value would drop to nothing the second the contract was matched, because everybody would know Monty McNair's not going to keep both of those guys. There was enough dissension with Atlanta and John Collins that was like, okay, they matched the contract, and it became painfully apparent quickly they're willing to move on from it. We'll talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and KC return. KC's mock draft 1.0?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, my. That's coming up here next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I need a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see what this clip is real quick. You guys don't mind me.
And there's rumors there that the Kings have already made the move to number 2. Like that's the rumor out there, that they already moved to number 2. So, these deals.
Oh, I was like, so I don't know if, you can't see the screen. So that audio is from Ham, I think on the Kings beat, but they used, whoever posted this, it was Clutch Fans. It's like a Rockets website fan page or whatever. They used a still shot of James when he was on the show. I was bugging. Bro, I said, hold on, when did he say that? So I looked into the into the picture. I was like, oh, it's a still shot. And I was like, yeah, I was thrown all the way off. I was bugging. I was looking, I was like, is his mouth moving or not right now? Yeah, when I played that just now, I was like, what? And this is on a Thunder. I think that clip was from a Thunder's Twitter page, Thunder Twitter somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, it's floating around. I was tripping when I said, what? Oh man. We got to get them likes now before he says, no, I said that on mine, on the Kings beat. That was so weird for them to put those two things together. Yeah, that's the other thing I thought. I was like, bro, what's this out here? So Jesse's seen it floating around. There's a Thunder's fan site. Yeah,
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I had a little.
What?
But I noticed our clothes, and I was like, "Wait, when was this?" So yeah.
Oh, the trip.
Because I always like triple check when he goes, "Are we off?"
Right.
Off.
Well, this is funny. This isn't the 13th round, but it's still pretty funny. Gervonta Davis asked about Rolly Romero's awkward style at their final press conference. Quote, "He's not an awkward fighter. He's just a dumbass fighter."
Oh, my. Oh, my. Okay.
Pretty funny.
That is funny. That is funny. That's funny.
That was funny. So I'm gonna put this in the group chat. So if y'all want to put it out on the social, the mock draft, if y'all want to put it out there. Yeah. It's a little for show. I'm looking for you.
Bonta Hill set to join us 1 hour from now. Of course, Bonta Hill, host of the Morning Roaster over at 95.7 The Game, as well as Warriors pre and post. We'll talk to him about tonight's game. And
Gucci.
Gucci wearing Bonta Hill, man. Sometimes I dream that he is me.
That's fitting.
We'll talk to Olivia Christian. I say Olivia Christian. We'll talk to her. She's part of the family. She'll be here with us at 3. She's been off for a couple of weeks. Like she was enjoying some baseball here in recent days. So I'm sure she'll have plenty to talk to us about. That's coming up at 3:00. We got KC's mock draft 1.0, baby.
That time of year, baby.
Can't imagine who Kenny has at 4.
No, I might shock you. I
You
might shock you. No, I might shock you.
You might, or you might not. Of course. Well, we'll all find out together because I haven't seen it. So we'll see the mock draft coming up, or we'll talk about Kenny's mock draft coming up here in just a few minutes. But the Kings are in perhaps one of the greatest draft positions that they've ever been in, ignoring the obvious. But they have the entire league. They have not the entire league. They have a lot of the league at their disposal here with this number 4 pick, and they do. And I love the videos that if you follow Jonathan Javonio with the Draft Express IG account, you can see some of the different workouts. You can see Monty McNair sitting in the background of them. Jill sent me one. It was
Benedict.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it was. And did you see Alvin? Did you see Alvin in the background? Alvin's not paying attention. He's looking at his phone. This new vice president position has gone to his head. But obviously, I'm kidding. You're going to see a Sacramento Kings presence at basically every single draft workout this year.
Yeah,
because they have so much at their disposal right now.
They're everywhere right now, man. And I got to say, it's pretty to just see it unfold. It's pretty exciting. You know, it gives you the, I don't want to say the illusion because it's real, but, you know, you got options. You got options. You got things you can do. You got different directions that you can go. And I know people are rightfully, you know, heightened like, yo, this is so important. It's so important. Like they have to get it right because they do. But I'd much rather have to get it right at 4 than have to get it right at 7 or 8, right? Like, because I got options here at 7 or 8. I'm I want to say I'm wishing upon a star, but I'm like, man, I really need somebody to come through and play like a top 4 pick when, I drafted him at 8. I need some things to go my way. Still need things to go your way at 4, but you got so many different options. Like you've talked about trading either direction, up or down, trading for possibly for an all-star if something becomes available, or, there's so many different options.
Well, number 4, if something becomes available. With number 4, I think sometimes you can make things become available, especially in a draft class where, that's one of the scary things about 4. There's so many options. Like there's so many different directions you can go. Nothing feels like a massive reach at this point. Like at least none of the names that we've talked about. None of them feel like reaches. You're going to find your, not just fans, but scouts and basketball people and NBA people who, they love Jaden Ivey. You're going to find your Kenny Caraway types who are like, yeah, but man, that ceiling on that Shaedon Sharpe kid, that's too high to pass up. Yeah, then you're going to find the camp who, man, Keegan Murray really fits in this class. Like he really fits with this team. He's a good, solid ball player, and he's a guy who's going to start and produce for you day one. You can find that line of thinking outside of Sacramento. Like everyone here, we're gonna have our favorites, we're gonna have our picks, but you can have people outside of Sacramento who are just observing this draft. They're all gonna observe it from different points of views. With Jaden Ivey, people might look at it like you're drafting the best available player. Yeah, it's gonna be weird that you're drafting another potential combo guard when you just got rid of Tyrese Halliburton, but this guy is really, really good. Same could be said for Shaedon Sharpe. Oh, it's going to be scary that you're drafting a guy who didn't play in college last year, that you're going off of his high school film. You're going off of his workouts. Oh, but that ceiling could be sky high. You'll have detractors. All of the things that are positive about Shaedon Sharpe are things that are negative about Shaedon Sharpe. Keegan Murray's too boring. Oh, don't draft the need, draft best player available. No one's going to have a consensus on the best player available at number 4, which makes this all the more fascinating and all the more scary.
Yeah.
Because you feel like it's going to be that draft where the Kings select somebody and you hope the Kings get one of them, but you're probably going to look at, a handful of picks that come later with guys that wind up being the Donovan Mitchell, right? The Bam Adebayo, I doubt there's the Giannis Antetokounmpo, but you get my like a high end player that comes later in the draft. There's probably going to be 1 or 2 of those in this class. You hope the Kings land one. That's the difference. The Kings never seem to land one of those guys. You hope that you could have others later in the draft as well, but you hope the Kings at least get one there at 4, no matter who they take.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that I think we all need to kind of be aware of. There are going to be some other good ball players in this draft. There are going to be players drafted after the Kings pick at 4 that are going to be really good in this league. I like this draft. I like the guys in there. I like, at the very least, I like a lot of these people in the lottery, to be really good ball players. To your point, what you just said, you just hope it's not like, I'm going to say it. It's not like 2018 where there's a lot of people in the draft and you get really the one guy that didn't work out at that spot. He still has time to work out in the league, but he didn't work out at 2 in Marvin Bagley. And that's like the one glaring omission from a draft where a lot of guys did some really good things with the teams that drafted him.
You ready for this? KC's 2022 mock draft 1.0.
Yeah. I'm trying to
we've got music. We got music. We got drops. What do we got here?
I'm trying to find the appropriate drop. No drop.
Okay. All right. I was gonna say if you hit music, just remember it could get us thrown off YouTube.
Yeah,
so let's
had Usher ready to go.
Yeah, we can
never touch him again. Here we go. KC's mock draft 1.0.
I got that.
I got one. Hey, I got one. KC's mock draft 1.0.
No, please, no, please, everyone, be quiet. Let me just say.
Okay. I like that. I like that.
Be quiet.
Coach K. God bless him. God bless Coach K.
Oh, man. KC's 2022 mock draft 1.0. We'll have one every Thursday up until the actual draft Thursday. And in this first one, like I said, I dug deep. I listened to what, some of the people were saying in the respective markets. And like I said, this top 10 is pretty good, man. This is top 10. I'll go 10 up. I'll go 10 up.
Okay.
So we'll go at number 10. I got the Washington Wizards taking Jalen Duren out of Memphis, center out of Memphis. I like this dude, man. He's who did you ask me about the other day? I'm trying to think. I can't remember. But it wasn't this guy. This guy is more Dwight Howard than who you asked me about the other day.
Oh, I asked you about Bam.
Bam, that's what
I asked about Bam Adebayo. Yeah,
Duren reminds me of Dwight Howard.
Okay,
I don't know if he's going to end up being that way.
That's okay.
Yeah, he's physical specimen. And if he puts it together, he could be a good ball player. Benedict Mathurin, number 9 to the San Antonio Spurs. Good look for him. Good place for him to land.
Okay.
Number 8, the New Orleans Pelicans take Johnny Davis out of Wisconsin. Johnny Davis kind of slept on in this whole process. I like him out of Wisconsin. Kind of reminded me of, shooting guard out of Wisconsin. Kind of reminds me of Devin Booker a little bit when I watch him play. Kind of just a little bit. So I like him. Number 7, the Portland Trail Blazers. And this is always assuming these people keep their picks.
Sure.
Number 7, Portland Trail Blazers take AJ Griffin, small forward out of Duke, to pair up with Dame Lillard and Anthony Simons. AJ can shoot the rock. I keep hearing questions about whether or not he can defend at a high level, but he's got an NBA body. He can shoot the rock like nobody else. Really good small forward out of Duke. Number 6.
All right, now we're cooking here. Now we're cooking.
Number 6, power forward out of Iowa to team up with Tyrese Halliburton, Keegan Murray.
Right.
You guys know we talked about him last couple days. I really like Keegan.
I see where this is going.
If the Pacers got Keegan,
yeah, I know. I think so too. That's part of the thing that makes me nervous.
Yeah, I understand.
Legion Hoops, since the trade, the Kings and the Pacers. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. But the Pacers, should they stay there, they're going to get a good ball player.
They are.
They're going to get a really good ball player.
Number 5.
All right, this will tell the story.
Detroit Pistons select shooting guard.
We all know who it is.
Out of Kentucky. Just playing. Out of Purdue. Jaden.
There's no chance. There's no chance you weren't having Shaden Sharp go at 4.
Number 5.
What are we
Jaden
doing? This is a little charade that we just put on. This is such a charade. This is such a sham. I've been listening to different markets, been listening to all the, knock it off.
It's only 1.0. It's only 1.0. Number 4, the Kings select Shaden Sharp.
That's blue chipper right there.
Blue chipper right there. Select Shaden Sharp. Number 3, Paolo Banchero goes to the Houston Rockets. Number 2, Chet Holmgren to OKC. And number 1, Jabari Smith to Auburn.
I'm calling it now. 2.0. The only thing Kenny does is he flips Jaden Ivey with Keegan Murray, and that's it. Everything else stays exactly the same. So there's another name. I was debating on whether bringing this name up today or waiting until next week to really dive into it. But he's not even in your top 10. Have you been watching this kid Dyson Daniels at all?
Yeah, I was just in my aftermath of this top 10. I was going to say guys that were close. He was going to be the guy that's close.
So
I like his game.
So he's the kid from Australia. He has caught a lot of people's attention over the course of the last. And look, what does that mean? I have no idea.
Yeah,
but you're starting to see his name move up quite a bit with some of the more prominent draft scouts.
I've seen him. I don't know if I've seen him at 4, so to speak, but I've seen him linked to the Kings.
He's met with the Kings.
Yeah, man.
I mean, again, remember the Kings have met with like 100 people. They met with me yesterday. I'm just going to be honest. Like Kenny's meeting is tomorrow. They're taking Jesse out to lunch over the weekend. They're meeting with the Chatty House next week. Like the Kings have the ability to meet with everybody. But they did meet with Dyson Daniels for whatever that's worth.
Nah, he wasn't always on my radar. I'm not gonna act like I always knew him, but I started hearing his name a little bit, so I checked him out and checked out a Ignite game, and I like him. I like him. Like I'm intrigued by him for sure.
Draft Express, Jonathan Giavoni says Dyson Daniels had, in my view, the most impressive showing of any prospect on the pro day circuit at the NBA Combine, shooting the lights out and looking like he still has immense potential he's yet to tap into. Starting to generate some top 5 pick buzz.
I need to see more of Dyson. I gotta see more of him, but I could see that. I could see where somebody would look at him as being somebody. Once again, this has a negative connotation. I don't mean it this way, but a little more safer than Ivy or Sharp at the shooting guard position. I could see it.
Really?
I could see it because one thing that I see from him is his shooting ability and his scoring ability in the half court is something that I'm not sure if you're getting that from Jaden Ivey. He played a year with the Ignite. He's a little taller. It's just, once again, may not be better than those two in the long run, but somebody looking at him as a safer pick than those two, than Sharp or Ivy, I could understand somebody feeling that way.
I tried to bait James into mentioning Dyson Daniels yesterday, and he didn't bite. And I was debating, like, is this a kid worth talking about here? I know my man from Swish that was on with Deuce and Mo the other day really liked Dyson Daniels. So I pulled up James Ham's Kings Beat mock draft 1.0. He has Dyson Daniels at 9 to the San Antonio Spurs. Here's what Hammer said about him. Selecting Daniels is a move for the future. The 19-year-old Australian has a good feel for the game and potential on both ends of the court, although his defense is ahead of his offensive game at this point. He needs to improve greatly as a shooter, but his form isn't horrible. He has solid athleticism, can finish through contact, and his measurements come back better than expected at the Combine. The Spurs might be searching for backcourt depth with Derek White gone and Lonnie Walker's pending free agency. This isn't an instant plug-and-play prospect, but the Spurs need talent in almost every position. Daniels is a riser with a month left in the draft process.
He is, man. He's an intriguing dude, man. And like I said, he wasn't always on my radar. I'm not gonna say I found him like I found Shaden and found Sean John. I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah,
I'll let you know if I found something.
Yeah, you will, whether you actually did or not. But you'll tell us, yo.
I did. I found Sean John here on the West Coast. It is what it is. But I dove into his game the more I started to hear about him, read about him. And as I was putting together the mock draft 1.0, I debated about having him in the first round as high as 8, with New Orleans possibly taking him. But just because I want to do a little more research on what the people are saying about him and his game, just from my perspective, I held off on putting him in the top 10. But he could absolutely be a top 10 draft pick.
To be fair, here's something that you don't hear very often at all. Daniels named Alex Caruso as a player he tries to model himself after. He said, Alex Caruso is one of the best defenders in the league, no doubt. Just the way he moves his feet, his instincts, being able to model my game after him, put my defense first, and my offense will come. It's been really beneficial to watch highlights of him.
Damn. Okay. Caruso out here, motivating kids.
He wins points for the defensive mentality. That's for sure, at least in my book. But let's go back to let's look at a couple of things here. Although we don't believe that Monty McNair has been a success in kind of the free agency category of his general manager duties, he's brought in guys who are a little bit tougher, guys who, in theory, should be able to defend. He drafted Tyrese, who is a capable defender. He drafted Davion, who is all defense. He hired a coach who is best known for his defense. And now there seems to be a player rising, according to some scouts, into the top 5 conversation, who is known prominently for his work on the defensive end of the ball.
Trying to build.
Spoiler, you still got to score points in the NBA.
Yeah, you do.
Just, if you're trying to set a change here, maybe you go with a defensive first guy.
Yeah. It's another shooting guard. Although Dyson, he looks like he might be able to eventually be like a 2-3 combo.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he has the length and attention to defense, attention to the defensive side to be able to be a quote unquote third guard. I don't know if you would look at him as a small forward in some respect, but if you wanted to go 3 guard, he could guard somebody else's small forward or somebody else's third guard. Eventually.
What is he? 6'8", 6'7.5".
Yes, he absolutely can. I thought I saw him at 6'6", but 6'7.5", absolutely. That's a small forward.
I think these are his combines measurements. 6'7.5" in sneakers.
Once again, the only way you should measure anybody's height, if you're talking about basketball.
6'7", 195 pounds, 4.9% body fat. Okay. I don't know. He's a name that seems to be getting more in more attention. Immediate reaction feels like high. It feels like 4. It feels like high.
Feels like a bit of a reach of 4, and maybe this is a scenario. I don't know how I feel about it, but maybe this is a scenario. If you trade back, if you trade with Portland, or if you trade with Indiana, and let them move up,
you getting from Portland?
I don't know. Dame Lillard.
Dame? Like, we're getting Dame?
But if you make a deal, to move back a little bit, this seems like a guy that you would take on the move back, right?
It just
4. But if you took him at 7 or 8, you'd feel like, I like that. Plus, what you got in the trade to move back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he sounds like a solid piece, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he doesn't sound like, I don't know. It'll be James. As James wrote, he's a guy who's probably going to rise some more over the course of the next month. And you're seeing, with the combine behind us, his positioning in draft boards starting to change. And as we get closer and closer to the NBA draft, it'll be interesting to see how much higher he goes, because there's no combines. There's pro days, but there's no combines. So a lot of the stuff that these bigger, Draft Express, stuff like that, the ESPN draft guys, they're going to be getting that stuff from general managers. They're going to be getting that stuff from guys within the walls. I don't know. Right now, it just feels like a bit of a reach. At 4, it feels like a bit of a reach. At 4,
absolutely. And the other thing about that is, one thing I will say about his game and what I feel about his game is, like I mentioned a lot of times with picking at 4, I like Daniel's game a lot. I don't see him being your best player. And at 4, I would like to, whether they'll be able to do it or whatever the case may be, I would like to be swinging for the fences for a guy that I feel can be the best player on a playoff team. That's what I'm looking forward for. Dyson Daniels is a fine ball player. You guys, we talked about him for the last 10 minutes. I really like his game.
Do you think that player is in this draft? Or yeah, do you think that?
Well, I think Shaden can. I think I think Paolo can. Shaden can. I'm trying to think of who else. Right now, those are the two for me that I think. Jaden might be there. Jaden is the guy that I was thinking about. Jaden maybe could be. Like I said, the thing that worries me a little bit about Jaden is what his game is going to look like in a half court.
Was Ja a Jaden comp?
Oh yeah,
or Ja was the Jaden comp.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that's the only thing that ever gives me pause at all about Jaden Ivey is what his game looks like in a half court. In the open floor, he's once again box office, must see TV. In the half court, when things slow down, I'm not sure what the game looks like.
Are we going to be patient with this pick? Like, I don't answer that yet. Think it through, because I feel like I should explain that a little bit more, because who I'm talking to. This dude is literally patient with nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I can think of something right now he's agitated about that there hasn't been an announcement for. We'll talk about that. I'll throw that question back at Casey as well. And it looked like a movie. Heart Health Park last night. Show some love to the Sac Republic when dealing with Casey. Return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Rolly, when he gets in them settings, Rolly be talking a lot, like in the little all access. When he gets in those settings, he don't do well. You say you get most excited to see? Yeah, I like watching Tank. I got excited to hear Deontay said he coming back. Heavyweight division needs him. Tank is my favorite fighter. He's box office, I tell you.
Yeah, we talked about this stuff yesterday.
Javon said we did not.
I don't think that happened. I don't think that happened. Yeah, I think Javon addressed that.
Javon said, Javon said, I shook hands for the organization. We are not cool. Don't get it twisted. Something like that.
Yeah. Pat McAfee eviscerated Grant Cohn this morning. Yeah, like, I mean, he kind of hit, like, it's kind of on the. Yeah, it was a buried alive match that Grant Cohn didn't know he was in. Kane brought the bulldozer around and dropped the dirt on him.
Guess who's at my house right now?
Who?
Black Bottles 916.
Hey.
I've just been talking to the Queen Bee for the last 10, 15 minutes, just leaving me out of it. I feel like I just got just left out of everything right now. They're probably talking strategy, third and fourth quarter, brunches. I don't even know what's going on now.
I love that Jazz lets us believe that this whole thing with Auburn Brands has anything to do with us. Like, it's all her. And don't let those two idiots think they have anything to do with what we're planning. It's fine. Let them have something. Let them have a win. Jazz secretly put together Rick Ross's car show.
Man, did you see that? Did you see like clips from that thing?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that looked like something.
He did that.
Yeah, we'll address this. That F guy 916. I don't think Kenny meant year one. First of all, but like I'm glad you brought that up. Like we're going to talk about that.
Stop. You done with your business meeting? No.
Jazz, you get us some extra bottles?
Damien wants to know if you got us some extra bottles. Damien wants to know if you got us some extra bottles. I did. She said she did. Oh, that's good.
Good stuff.
It's good to know.
I think this is yesterday's 13th round, isn't it? Yeah, yesterday's 13th round.
I mean, he addressed
YouTube.com and watch.
You know what I'm saying? Like he talked about it. He went.
Sorry, brother.
Further.
Sorry, brother.
I missed the whole meeting. You know, I missed the whole meeting. Yeah, Tank talked about it. He said, I didn't say I was leaving. Not so fast, my friend. I didn't say I was leaving.
Dilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Get back into the Sacramento Kings here in just a minute, but want to show some love to the Sac Republic.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Looked like Heart Health hit movie status last night as the Republic was able to beat the Earthquake yesterday. 2-0?
2-0. Yeah.
Is that the proper way to say it?
Yeah, that's how you say it.
And they're moving on here in this Lamar Hunt U.S. Open deal, and
that's some good stuff, man.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's some good stuff.
How do we have one sports team that so greatly overachieves and one that just terribly, terribly underachieves? Why is it? Didn't the Sacramento Surge win something?
Yeah, they did.
The Monarchs have won. The Republic are over. We literally are talking about one team.
The River Cats won the championship like 2 years ago.
So we got the River Cats. We've got the Surge. We've got the Monarchs. Surge. And we've got, you don't get that reference. Because
I do. Don't I?
I don't know. I don't think you do. Surge sounds like a detergent. Surge.
Oh, maybe I just heard you say it before.
You've heard me say it a million times, and I always say it because I know you don't get it. Because you don't give Beverly Hills Cop the proper respect it deserves.
I knew it was Eddie Murphy. But
That's
I was like,
right.
She didn't say that in Boomerang.
No. Sad. I think you know every line of Boomerang.
I love that movie.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
After Beth.
that was like crazy.
Birth.
That bitch was crazy.
This is our annual. This is our annual dive into Eddie Murphy's movies right here. It happens once, sometimes twice a year. Yeah. But the Republic got the job done, man, and it looked like it was 100 degrees outside, and it looked like a whole vibe last night, man.
I'm so upset. I had tickets. I wasn't able to go. Reese has all-star practice, so the practice ran a little later than I expected. And by the time we got done with it, it was, I think, 4 or 5 minutes before the first half ended, and I was like, oh, they're probably not gonna have the gates open. Like, I gotta park, I gotta get out there. It's not gonna happen. So I just went back to the crib, watched it at home, and man, when my boy Roro, shout out, Roro is my boy. That's like the first, when I started to dive into the Republic like 2 years ago, that was like the first player I noticed. I was like, oh, he's nice. Like everything, felt like everything Roro did was like perfect. Like he reminded me like the Chris Paul of soccer, right? Like he puts the ball where it's supposed to be perfectly every single time. So when Roro just shot that missile and scored the goal to put him up 2-0, I popped in the room.
Okay.
Sure, man. That was a hell of a moment. I wish I would have been there for that. But Republic, going down to Carson, taking on the Galaxy.
Oh.
And look, man.
So it's Sacramento versus LA, huh?
Yeah, Sacramento.
20 years later. Yeah, 20 years later. I think today's the. Oh,
Yeah,
doesn't
it
matter.
Yeah.
Man, it doesn't matter. If
hoping
Danny in
nobody-
San Francisco's here, he would have called this morning. Said, "You guys want Robert Horry on the phone this morning?"
So I think it'd be great. No, it wouldn't be great. We don't
Danny has tried to back us into some pretty strange interviews in his time here. One day we'll tell you about him. Off the record with D'Lo and Casey. We'll tell you the story of what almost happened. Like it was close. That close.
But yeah, man, I thought it was. We first of all, just like I said we would.
Oh,
we smashed the Earthquakes.
Okay.
All right, they wanted to come up here with their little MLS signs and all this other stuff. I told you it was going to happen. My boys over at the Republic, shout out to Roro, smashed the Earthquakes. And then we're going to go down to Carson. We're going to go down to the place that, I don't know what it's called now. It might be Sutter Health something, but it used to be the Home Depot Center. We're going to smash the Galaxy. We're just going to run all the way through MLS. I'm to the point now, I don't even want to be part of that sorry league, the MLS.
Okay, okay. Relax. Okay,
They need us.
Okay, that might be true.
Smash all their teams.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's relax a little bit. Like, let's not jump out the window. Let's just be happy with
looking out the window.
Let's just be happy with what we saw yesterday, man. Like this,
great though. Like the stands was packed. Like the energy was in there. Like I said, when Roro kicked that goal,
yeah, it's
like a movie status. And
boy, this city sure reacts differently watching a winner. Man, there weren't any booing. I didn't see any angry social media posts. Like nothing. Like it's like, yo, man, this team is legit, man. I almost forgot how much fun winning can be. The sports franchise in your area could be.
It's so long.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations to the Republic, the players, the organization. This
Jesse
is just
was there last night.
absolutely tremendous.
Jesse, movie status last night? Yeah.
It was a sweaty movie. I mean, it was a hot, musty movie.
I love
okay, don't turn your nose up at leaving at half, like or leaving early. Like that's okay.
I don't know if Damon's ever saw a buzzer beater live.
No,
buzzer beater. I think you used this day a King's buzzer beater live.
I can if it's a Friday or a Saturday, I'll stay. If we got a show the next day, I don't. But I know I saw Marcus Smart's shot roll off the back of the rim. I don't know how many years ago that was.
That was
20. That was 19. Yeah.
I went and saw the Niners game. The Niners beat the Cardinals right after that. I watched that at Punch Bowl, and that's the 2019 season. Jimmy over the middle to Jeff Wilson for a win in the final.
And I was there for Marcus Smart's shot to not drop
great.
at the buzzer.
That
was a ball game. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Congratulations to the Sac Republic and the entire organization. Just tremendous stuff, man. Hopefully they can keep this going.
I think somebody said unconfirmed, but I think it's June 21st down in LA in Carson.
You gonna get your bus together and
might have to do it, just to preview what we're doing next year. $20 get you on a bus to San Francisco for a lower level seat.
I got that. It was like, what did Kenny just quote tweet us in? We're bringing what back? Kenny always writing checks our asses can't cash. So I'm like, what did Kenny do now? Pull up this tweet and it's this ad from 1988 or something. Like, oh my God. like first of all, like anybody believes Kenny's gonna ride a bus. Like Kenny's gonna get on a bus with us regular people. Like he might have his own bus driving behind us, but like he's going to get on a bus with us and take it all the way to the Bay Area.
Now, I cannot promise you $20. I can promise you.
I can promise you it won't be $20.
It won't be anywhere close to $20. But D'Lo and KC road trip. Now it would have to be a weekend game. If they're doing it during the week, then we can't do. We don't have enough time. We can't. Yeah. Well, we'd be in studio at that time, but that's neither here nor there.
Y'all are going to have to leave without us.
We'll make that move. You know, one of the
$20 covers the gas from Roseville to Natomas. Right. That's what that $20 fee.
We'll fill up in the Arco and Natomas somewhere.
We're doing the Shaq gimmick. It's how Shaq says he just puts $20 in every couple of days. What it is, we're just gonna put $20 in every few stops.
Every few stops, we'll have it in Natomas. We'll have it in Davis. We'll stop again in Vacaville. We'll stop again in Fairfield, and hopefully, you know, we just keep going every 10, 15 miles, and it'll cut down on costs. I was gonna say something though. I can't remember.
Got to write it down. You got to have a little notepad next to you with a pen in your hand.
Right there on
That's all right. Well, we'll talk about something else that will make you happy before we get back to the Kings. We've got Bonta Hill set to join us also coming up in 20 minutes. Let's talk to Ramsey though before I don't even know who Ramsey was rooting for yesterday. Ramsey, who were you rooting for yesterday?
I'm from Sacramento. That's all you need to know.
Okay. I'm a broadcast journalist, man. I just asked the hard-hitting questions. That's all.
I get it. I mean, like I said, I was there, basically right behind the goal for the second half when the Republic scored in the second half. And the first half goal was scored by a player that used to play for the Earthquakes, so that was sweet revenge for him. But let's just put it like this. It was louder before the game even started than, no disrespect to where I work at, than any game I've heard the Earthquakes play in San Jose. The only time I've heard PayPal Park that loud is when the U.S. women's national team came to PayPal Park. Or when they hosted the World Cup in 2018 and Mexico was playing on the TV screen.
Oh yeah, you know that's a given right there. You're gonna get a World Cup type environment. But let me ask you this, Ramsey. No shade. I'm not saying the team needs to be taken away or anything like that. But are the Earthquake even? Are they even a blip in the radar in the Bay Area compared to what it would be if MLS was here in Sacramento?
Honestly, not really. Especially with the way the team is set up and the way they've struggled the past few years. I mean, no disrespect, but the same person that owns the Earthquakes is the same person that owns the Oakland A's, so that can answer a lot of your questions right there.
Yeah.
It's not a
good stuff, Ramsey. Appreciate you, man.
A buddy of mine, I think I've said this before on the show, but a buddy of mine who's like really into soccer, he talked about how the Sacramento youth soccer scene or whatever is like top 5 in the nation. Like the programs that they have, the academies they have, what they have here in Sacramento. He might even say specifically Elk Grove. It's like top 5 academies, youth programs in the whole nation.
Wow.
It's crazy.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You want to touch on your Giants before we get back to basketball?
When you talk about snatching disaster, you were staring disaster right in the face, and somehow, some way, you turn that into, you completely flip the script. What we saw on Tuesday night when it looked like the Giants were going to have it was going to be the worst loss of the season up until that point by far, blowing an 8-2 lead in the 7th inning, starting in the 7th inning. To be able to turn that around, have one of the great wins of the season, and then to absolutely smash the New York Mets yesterday in the day game where that boy Jock Peterson does it again, once again, finding a way, if he can keep this up, if the Giants can even make the playoffs, Jock Peterson is going to be one of those guys, one of the Mike Morrises, one of the Cody Rosses. I'm not saying he's an all-timer like Bonds or Will Clark or something like that, but a guy that will be able to eat for free in San Francisco will be able to come to any Giants game for the rest of his life and get a standing ovation. He's turning into one of those guys. He had another home run yesterday. So they're staying above water right now. And that's what we ask them to do. Stay above water. Don't let the deficit behind the Dodgers get to like 8, 9, 10 games. Just stay around that 4 to 6 range. And then when you get guys healthy, maybe make a move or two, then you get back into things. You make your move.
They really salvaged. Yeah, I mean, keeping their head above water is not a bad thing right now, because this is it looked like things were headed in the wrong direction at a high rate of speed.
Yeah.
And they were able to kind of slow that down a little bit. And this is still a tough baseball team.
That's what I was going to say real quick before we move on this completely. One of the hidden gems in Northern California, they need to figure out how to make this work. It's really, I guess, just for football, because I know they don't go to the other side of the bay. But catching Amtrak to a Niners game, oh man, that's low key a party. I did that for when they played the Vikings. They call it Amtrak. It takes you right up to the stadium, and you catch it from downtown Sacramento. And there were so many people on there from doing that. They ain't got to worry about driving and they're drinking, they're low-key tailgating, on the train, Vikings and Niners fans. That was a good time. They got to figure out they can't do it for every game, because I think the last train runs at like 3:00 coming back to Sacramento. So it never works for a 49er game. But if they could figure out, like, man, having a 7:00 train or something like that, that would be the move right there. That was dope.
Okay.
Random.
Was that? Oh yeah, very. Was it the bus down to Oakland conversation? Yeah, okay.
I'll mention it.
All right. The D-Lo and KC party bus. I swear to you, sometimes I feel like this is an FM station. D-Lo and KC party bus down to Chase.
D-Lo and KC. Check us out at Ricky's on Friday.
Saturday. It's only sidelines was Friday. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before someone comes to us. Hey, would you guys be willing to do nightclubs? Yeah.
Check us out at the Hung King Lounge Saturday night.
815 L Street, D-Lo and KC. Thursdays. We're out Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays. Man.
Friday and Saturday.
And select Sundays. Old Jamaican place I used to go to play the reggae music and serve the jerk chicken on Auburn. I can't remember the name of that place to save my life.
Is it still around?
Fam, I have no idea. I have no clue. But I know they played reggae on Sundays and they served jerk chicken. That's what I know. So Bonta Hill joining us 10 minutes. I want to mention this because I feel like once we get back into basketball, we might wind up in basketball for the rest of the show. So Colin Kaepernick worked out for the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday. We posed the question, if the workout, if this is a genuine look at Colin Kaepernick, you're obviously interested. You're interested in someone at that position. If the workout goes well, don't you sign him?
That's what I would think.
So maybe the workout didn't go well. Maybe it went great. I'm not really sure. He hasn't been signed. There are, I believe, I enjoy for the most part Mike Florio's work. I also one thing that I appreciate about Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk is I think this isn't a knock on anyone else. I think he's too smart to get worked. Mm-hmm. So when he wrote an article earlier today about there are two other teams that are interested in, that at least have some interest in Colin Kaepernick, and they were expressing interest before he went to work out for the Raiders. Now, whether more teams come out of the woodworks and express their interest in Colin Kaepernick and extend the invite to work out will largely depend on whether the Raiders sign him or not. I have to believe that source, or even one of those sources, wasn't Cap's agent. because I feel like a lot of media have been worked by Colin Kaepernick's football agent on a variety of occasions. I can think back to his first year. Oh, he's going to get signed real soon. I think he's going to get signed within the next week or so. We're talking. This was his agent talking on the record.
Mm-hmm.
That was 6 years ago.
Mm.
Cap has still not been signed. There were reports after the lawsuit was final. Oh no, there are still teams interested in signing Colin Kaepernick. That was like 4 years ago. So if there is really some buzz around Colin Kaepernick, we'll find out how genuine it is in the next handful of days here. Josh McDaniels, the Raiders head coach, wouldn't talk about Colin Kaepernick's workout. He said, we only talk about the people that are on our team. Dave and his staff have worked out tons of guys this spring. We really don't make comments about the evaluations that we made or what they look like or what they didn't look like, strengths and weaknesses, those kinds of things. There's also a weird quote from Jeremy. I don't know. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe it's just weird to me. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN said the workout was, quote, largely considered a positive.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but I've never seen anything in sports worded that way.
Yeah.
Largely considered a positive.
That's that old Hollywood speak. It's very good. I can neither confirm nor deny that the workout may or may not have been pretty good. What are we saying? Yeah, I go back to, and I hope I'm wrong, but I go back to if they felt the workout was good enough or they wanted to sign him, I thought it would happen yesterday, at the very least this morning. Like I wouldn't think workout, then you get some days to think about it, and then you sign him.
Here's the thing that I get hung up. There's a variety of things that I get hung up with Colin Kaepernick. If the workout, it would be difficult for me to believe the workout's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen enough of them to say that's just not going to happen.
Right.
What were you looking for when you were evaluating him? Because I don't think anybody in this situation believes that the Raiders are looking to sign Colin Kaepernick to move Derek Carr to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
A Cap is the backup quarterback. In the same vein, there is no way that whatever happened in that workout is worse than what we've seen from Nick Mullins in actual games.
Right.
Jarrett Stidham, who was once considered Bill Belichick's prime pick of a replacement for Tom Brady, and that was abandoned in like days. And I know everyone tells me Chase Garbers went to Cal. I think Jesse made the name up. I don't think Chase Garber, whether he went to Cal or not, I don't think he's an actual person. But those are the quarterbacks on this roster.
Yeah.
I gotta believe Mark Davis has mentioned his name too many times to not be genuine. The one that I just look at is, where the hell is Pete Carroll?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Pete Carroll say he's a star? We have a starting quarterback. He looks like a starter to me.
Right.
You still got a starting quarterback, bro?
No.
Because if if you do, you're telling your fan base is Geno Smith. And hey, Geno did what he could while he was out there. What's the other one? Thank you. Those are your options this year. I don't know if we get through NFL 5 p.m. Memorial Day weekend news dump. Colin Kaepernick signs with the Las Vegas Raiders. If we don't hear something tomorrow, I don't think it's happening. This is Cap's first real workout. By the way, people think that he worked out for Seattle. I don't think he did. He visited with Seattle in person. Like he talked with Pete Carroll. He didn't work out to the best of my understanding. This is his first workout for anyone, for any specific team, period. Because he did not work out for Seattle.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm with you. If it doesn't happen in the next 24 hours, I guess, like I don't see it happening. Do you look at this as like I know we talked about Mark Jackson a little bit about, did he have a real chance at being a coach, and was that his best chance? Do you look at the situation the same for Colin Kaepernick? Like, is this his best shot at getting back into the NFL?
100%, because I didn't think this shot was coming. And then now you're getting to a point where 6 years becomes 7 years and 34 becomes 35. Yeah. Like at some point, it's not even realistic anymore.
Right. At some point, just to be fair to how we look at these guys, you're going to be a little too old to play in the NFL. We would say that about anybody. Like 38-year-old quarterback, we'd look at like, what? So, yeah.
I still just can't. He's been out of the league 6 years. That's the thing that I keep harping on over and over and over again. He's been out of the league 6 years. That was 6 years ago all of this stuff started. And you type Colin Kaepernick's name in social media, you'll get the same exact response for the most part, positive or negative, as you did 6 years ago. People's feelings, one way or another, towards that man, I do not think have changed.
Yeah. Except for a guy who called in yesterday.
Ron's changed, and I appreciated that call yesterday. And I think I don't think there are a lot of Rons out there.
I agree. Yeah.
I do not think there are a lot of Rons out there. And there's only one Bonta Hill. And he is as fly as they come, and he is going to join us next. We'll talk Warriors, Dallas. We'll talk NBA playoffs. We'll talk a potential NBA Finals. We'll talk a whole lot of basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm like Albert Breer, Ramsey. I'm going to need the tape, buddy. I'm going to need the tape. You're going to have to show me it's real.
Let's get it up. Let's get it up. We do the previews on Thursdays because Fridays get crazy. So 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meisters, Ryan and the whole crew. It's Saturday. Showtime pay-per-view. Tank Davis, the best show in boxing, goes up against Rolly Romero in Brooklyn. And it's a title match, but these guys just don't like each other. For a long time, I used to think, I saw Rolly coming up and I was like, this dude might be next. He might be kind of nice. You'd see him on Showtime, the show box the next generation, and he's knocking people out in 1-2 rounds. Like, this guy might be nice. And then I watched him when he got to actual Showtime championship boxing. He went up against a legit guy, and he didn't look that nice. He looked like a one-trick pony. He looked like a guy with no real boxing skills. And when he went up against a guy that had boxing skills, it was all bad. He didn't lose the first fight. It looked like he actually lost. He got a gift decision. But as he got more comfortable with it, it wasn't necessarily losing these fights, but he wasn't looking as impressive. And that stayed with me. I haven't really seen him look impressive since he made the jump up in competition. And now he's going up against a guy like Tank Davis, who is one of the top fighters in the world today, top 10 pound for pound on my list. And Tank does get hit, but he's got a chin. And more importantly than that, he's got skills. And Rolly is going to come in there punching crazy, punching wild with no real game plan, but I'm just going to pressure him. And I think he's going to get his block knocked off because he doesn't have any real defense. He doesn't set up anything well. He's not as fast as Tank. I think Tank is going to knock his block off. I know there's a lot of momentum for in the betting circles for Rolly right now and starting to put money on him. They could just give their money to me because that's a waste. Tank Davis by KO on Rolly Romero. Let's say in the 6th round. This could get nasty. That's the 13th round. It wasn't? But that wasn't him saying it on our show, right? I don't remember that at all. Wow. Let me see it again. Let me see. Let me pull this thing up. Oh, he is moving and talking. Let me see. Let me turn it up.
That's the rumor out there that they already moved to number 2.
No, that really happened.
So, these deals, I mean, there's rumors there that the Kings have already made the move to number 2.
What the hell did this happen?
That's
What was
the
this,
rumor
Monday?
out there that they already moved to number 2. So, these deals.
I don't think so, because post show Damian takes the banner off. Oh. I don't know. I have no clue. Warren dip. Damn. I don't know where I was at. I wasn't even eating at the time. I don't know what happened.
What happened?
That clip is from our show. From
Oh,
James.
yeah. No, I knew it wasn't from. I didn't remember him saying it that definitively on our show.
Broncos, Falcons in the Super Bowl on the NFL Network right now.
Our man Bonta Hill, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and Warriors pre and post set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes as the Warriors look out to close out the Dallas Mavericks and head to their 6th NBA Finals, a number that has been obvious, yet somehow still was jarring yesterday when we talked about it. Like, man, Steph Curry, and I say Steph Curry because he is the man on this squad.
Mm-hmm.
He could be staring at NBA championship number 4.
Wow. I know there's a discussion, on ESPN networks. I think Pat Bev was involved and all this other stuff, but they made the comment that if Steph wins another championship, he's absolutely on the same level career-wise as LeBron James. And they would both have 4, right? So championship-wise, it matches up. I don't think this means that Steph Curry is the second best player, in some people's eyes, the best player to ever play.
The debate is now Steph Curry versus Michael Jordan.
But, I mean, career achievement-wise, 4 NBA championships, 2 MVPs. Yeah, man, it's a hell of a career. And he's not done. We just talked about it.
Yeah.
He might be going
Or
back.
might not be it. Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4 might not be the end. That's the crazy part. And I know the brother we're bringing in here is going to love this conversation as we bring in the Gucci wearing host of the Warriors pre.
What is that? Is that a Versace button up he got going on with it? What we talking about?
I think so.
The lineup is fresh. Everything. This dude, he's too fresh, man.
He's as clean as they come. He is our man, Bonta Hill. Bonta, we marveling over the Warriors are knocking on the door of a 6th NBA Finals appearance, and Steph Curry has a real shot at title number 4 and has a real shot at not being done. We just like that seemed to that just threw us completely off guard. Like, man, Steph is about to enter very rarefied air here if the Warriors get this done, Bonta.
I mean, first of all, I can't stand y'all, man. I knew the Gucci's was a problem, and that's all Joe Shasky's fault, because these UPS drivers out here is like, yo, Shasky, I think Bonta rolling to some dope, man. I'm delivering this package to the Gucci store, and it's got my name on it, and how many Bontas is roaming around this earth? I mean, come on, man. And by the way, this off the rack, Casey. I make it look like Versace.
Looking good.
Special. You know what I'm saying? Like Versace doesn't shell stuff off the rack, man. Come on now. We know what time it is, Bonta. That's all right. Don't apologize for your success, Bonta. It's all right.
Oh, man. Hey, look, talk about the Black Bottle boys, man. But no, you're right. Steph Curry matching LeBron James with 4 rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Surpassing Larry Bird, tying Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, tying Joe Montana right here in the Bay Area. Think about that. We always looked at Joe as the GOAT. Joe, Ronnie Lott, Keena Turner. And Steph's going to be right there on that Mount Rushmore with 4 championships. Hopefully, if they can get past the Mavericks tonight, and Boston's going to have something to say about it. Them boys,
yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, they're real. They're giving me nightmares. Trust me, I'm not sleeping well thinking about Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Robert Williams blocking every shot. And then even to take a step further, think about Steve Kerr. That's going to be his 4th championship as a coach.
Yeah,
you're surpassing Bill Walsh. You're surpassing Bruce Bochy, and nobody really gives him the credit. Because he walked into a situation with Steph and Clay and Draymond, but he helped take this thing to another level. And then even Bob Myers, the GM, winning his 4th championship. Now you're sitting up there with Carmen Policy and Eddie D and them boys. You know what I'm saying? So this is good. This could be a nice resume builder for Steph Curry to go to St. Warriors if they can win this championship.
I think that'd be 9 for Steve Kerr.
9, yeah. 5 as a player. Yep.
Man.
That's crazy.
We're talking all-time levels at this point, the coaching career and what he's established. And just, I mean, I think it's a done deal just getting to 6. You know what I'm saying? Right now, and they've got it set up where it could be more in the future, but just getting to 6, that's an amazing feat in itself, man. But I'm going to do something that nobody expects me to do. I'm going to go somewhere that people don't expect me to go, but I keep telling y'all, I'm not a hater. I just talk about it as I see it. Bonta, I want to talk about Draymond Green.
Of course.
Because, hear me out. Because this dude was looking cooked a year ago, 2 years ago. I was on these airwaves and on Twitter, and everyone saying, you got to move this dude now. Sucker somebody into taking that contract right now because this dude is cooked. And he's been really good this year. He looks revigorated, rejuvenated. His body's looking good. He's moving better. I got to tip my hat where I have to. I think Draymond Green has had a really good year, and he's done a lot of great things on the court, not just the, he's a leader and all this other stuff. No, he's defending at a high level. He's doing a great job of running the offense with Steph Curry, with Jordan Poole, all these other guys. I'm tipping my hat, man. I'm tipping my hat. Draymond, and I only say that because I didn't see this coming 2 years ago when it looked like he was finished.
I mean, the last time I talked to you boys, I was going crazy on the airways talking about this guy going to be on the way out. I was having a midlife crisis, man, a mental breakdown inside of my car talking about Draymond Green. He's a guy who drives everybody crazy. I mean, there's nothing to it. And he admitted that when they won 15 games 2 years ago that he wasn't into it. Yeah, I'm checked out. And I was disappointed because that was a situation to where he could have worked on his jump shot. Why not take 8 threes a game when you know you're playing with Eric Paschall as your leading scorer and Jordan Poole's a rookie and you got JTA running around and Damian Lee running around not knowing what they were doing at the time? Why not practice your jumper? So we were all disappointed with Draymond Green. And then last summer you got the Ben Simmons rumor and everybody's talking about trade Andrew Wiggins. And I'm like, nah. So what about Draymond Green? I mean, they're basically the same player. I'd rather keep the 18, 19, 20 point per game scorer than keep the guy who's averaging 7 points a game. But he came back from his back injury and he stepped his game up. And you know what he did for the first time in a long time? He held himself accountable. He said, for the first time in a long time, or for the first time ever in my career, I make the team worse when I'm on the court. And he got back. He took a couple days off after they lost to the Wizards and got blown out in DC. And he's come back a new dude. And even the Memphis game 6, where Mike Brown's like, yo, you got to let it fly, dude. They're giving you space. You have to be aggressive offensively because the Warriors' record over the course of his career, they're like 225 and 54 when he scores at least 10 points. That's insane. They've lost 54 games over the course of his career when he scores 10. All we're asking for is 10 to 12 points a game. And so he's doing that. And I actually ran into him at the game 6 and I said, man, let that thing fly. He's like, I know, man. So he knows he has to be more aggressive offensively. And look, man, they need Draymond Green. There's something about him that just makes Steph Curry go. There's something about him that makes this team go and defend at a high level. So look, we're all happy with the rejuvenation of Draymond Green. And we're like, man, maybe he does age gracefully with the Golden State Warriors. We'll see. But right now he is doing some hooping, KC.
Y'all don't ever say nothing nice about Draymond, all right?
That's like the first time ever. I was shocked.
It's funny though.
I'm shocked.
We a little taken back. I mean, I almost need a moment of silence after that. This was weird. I remember Bonte's breakdown though the last time we talked. That's funny you bring that up. I remember that well. What did Dallas do differently that got them such better looks a couple of nights ago?
To be honest with you, D-Lo, not much. I mean, first of all, the fact that an NBA team struggles with the zone defense is laughable to me. It's like they teach you in CYU how to bust a 2-3 zone or a 3-2 zone or a 1-2-2. The fact that they were struggling to penetrate the zone was a joke. But to be honest with you, D-Lo, they've gotten great looks all series. Game one, they had amazing looks, and they only made 12 threes. You know, there was a sequence in the first quarter where they got 3 offensive rebounds. Brunson missed 2 wide open threes. Bullock missed a wide open 3. And I'm like, man, the Warriors are dodging they're dodging some bullets here. Like, this could get ugly if Dallas starts hitting. And we saw that in game 2 when they hit 15 threes in the first half in game number 2, and they were up 19. So they've gotten basically the same looks all series long. But like they say, it's a make or miss league, right? So cliche, but it's so true. They just made their threes. And more specifically, Bullock, Dorian Finney-Smith, Maxi Kleber, and Davis Bertans, they went 13 of 24 in game 4 from the three-point line. Game 3, they were combined 2 of 19. So that's changed. Also, Jalen Brunson, who went 0 for 5 from 3 in game number 1, he's shooting over 40% from the three-point line now in the series with that 0 for in game number 1. So they're hitting shots. The key is, how can you limit the Warriors with their points in the paint? How can you limit Steph and Clay from the three-point line? And that's where they've done a phenomenal job, and nobody's really talking about it. Klay Thompson only has 24 three-point attempts in this series. 4 in game 1, 4 in game 2, 6 in game number 4. So they're doing a good job of running him off the three-point line. And Steph was held to 5 three-point attempts in game number 4. That's crazy when the dude averages 13 attempts per game from beyond the arc. So give Dallas credit. They're defending better, but they've gotten the same looks all series long, D-Lo. They just haven't been making them.
Yeah. Look, all due respect to Dallas, all due respect to the Miami Heat. Both of these series are done. All right. Golden State's about to advance to the NBA Finals tonight. They're going to do what they got to do. Boston's going to put Miami away tomorrow evening, and we're going to have Golden State versus Boston in the final. And like I said, I'm connected with you. I'm connected with Butcher Boy. I'm connected with other people around the Bay Area. Feels like this is a finals matchup that you guys have been waiting for out there for a couple of years now. It's finally here. I think it's an even matchup. I think it's a 50-50 matchup because Boston, them boys, Jason Tatum, that's my guy right now.
Yeah.
We're just being hypothetical here. We're not putting the cart before the horse. In a hypothetical Warriors Boston NBA Finals. How do you see that playing out?
I love you said we're not putting the cart before the horse after you just proclaimed
I am over. I'm putting the cart before the horse. Absolutely. I'm not going to put that on Bonta. I'm not going to put that on him.
I went on the airways today. I guarantee to win. I said, folks, you're smoking that mask pack tonight. You're out there in Thrive City. Don't pass it to me. I don't need that stuff in my life. But go ahead and smoke your mask pack after the game. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. Just make sure you make home safe tonight. You know, I think look, I was pulling for Miami because, you know, South Beach is nice. You know what I'm saying? But they just don't have enough. Let's just be real. They don't have enough offensive punch. They're cooked. Jimmy doesn't look right. PJ Tucker's getting swatted in the corner. They're done. Boston, I've been looking at them since the Brooklyn series, and I'm like, oh, boy, if they play the Golden State Warriors, they're going to keep me up at night. I'm serious. I can't even take a nap. I tried to take a nap today. I'm just thinking about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And I thought about that game at Chase Center when they came out to Chase Center was a couple months ago, and they were punking the Warriors. I mean, they could do nothing in the half court. They were deflecting every pass. They were in the passing lanes. Robert Williams was coming off the pick and roll, yamming. They were standing up, cheering. The Celtic fans are going crazy. I'm like, oh, boy, they look sick. And Imo Udoka has them playing at a high level. Peyton Pritchard's a winning player, one of those championship blue guys that you need. Derek White's coming out of nowhere playing. So it's an even series. It's a 7-game series, and it wouldn't shock me if Boston won that series. They are physical. They can play man-to-man defense, and they're unlike any other team the Warriors have played, I think, since Toronto. And even I kind of look at Toronto like, man, if KD was there, they would have won that series. We all know that KD was healthy, but Boston presents the toughest challenge for them in the finals outside of Toronto because of their length, their athleticism. They get up into you. They got bigs who can switch out on guards. You see Jaylen Brown guarding Bam Adebayo's now on the milk carton. Marcus Smart is physical and tough. They are scrappy, dude. They're like one of those teams. It's like the public school. When you get those public school kids and you go to the private school, man, and you just start punking them dudes, and the private school kids are like, man, these dudes are, man, we never seen anything like this, man. You know what I'm saying? Just running them off the playground. So that's going to be a problematic series for the Warriors, especially if they turn the ball over like they have during the regular season, and for the most part during these playoffs. Tatum's a baller. Brown's a baller. I'm telling you, D-Lo and KC, man, that's a tough one. That is a tough one, especially if the Warriors turn the ball over like they do for the most part.
Has this pending trip to the NBA Finals, has this been a easy walk for the Warriors, given the fact that they had, Denver, who was arguably the worst team in the playoffs. You had Memphis, which was, playing for a chunk of that without Ja Morant, and somehow Phoenix disappeared in the final 4 games of their series against Dallas, and they're taking on I try to point this out. This is a 52-win Dallas Mavericks team. Like, this isn't a play-in team. This isn't a scrub squad. But, man, when you put them up there again, this does not look like a 53-win team versus a 52-win team. Like, these two don't match up at all. Their true test was Phoenix, and they didn't have to take that test.
Well, what's funny is I thought Dallas would be the bigger challenge to the Golden State Warriors because of that style of play. Yeah. I didn't think Dallas would turn into a miniature version of the Houston Rockets, to where they just ignore the mid-range game. That's why Boston, I think, will give the Warriors a challenge too, because they'll go pull up from 15 feet and say, oh, we'll take this too. We saw Brown and Tatum last night and go, oh, we'll hit the mid-range jumper. We'll hit this baseline fade away from 15 out. We have no problem with that. We're not going to just jack up threes like Miami and Dallas. But I did think Dallas would provide a tougher challenge. They would hunt Steph, hunt Poole on defense, and Luka's let's just put it. I thought he had a bad game in game 4. Like, he shot like 10 to 26, and he still had 30, 14, and 9. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this dude is a problem. So, and Brunson's a nice little player, but if Brunson is your 2, you're probably not a title contender. I just thought they matched up so well with Phoenix, knowing the history with Chris Paul, knowing that Devin Booker's kind of a one-on-one player. We wanted the Phoenix matchup because I thought it would be easier than Dallas. The Memphis series, there was something personal with that, and there's a truth to where in the second round, that could be your championship series. That could be the toughest series in the playoffs. I go back to the 90s with the Rockets and the Suns playing in the second round. That, to me, decided the championship. You know what I'm saying? When the Rockets and the Suns. A couple years ago when the Warriors played the Rockets and they won Game 6 in Houston without Kevin Durant. That, to me, felt like the winner goes to the NBA Finals. So that second round series with Memphis easily could have walked into the NBA Finals because those dudes were tough, man. They were cocky. They were confident. They were physical. I mean, JJJ got better and better and better through series. Steven Adams came in, and he was a problem. And that Game 6 felt like a Game 7. It felt like, man, if the Warriors lose this series is done because Memphis is feeling confident. Tyus Jones was solid in that series. So I don't know if it's been a cakewalk. I agree. Denver was the perfect matchup for this team. The ease into the playoffs, ease Steph Curry back into the lineup, coming off the bench. I know he came off the bench for 4 to 5 games, but ease into that playoff situation. And then you look at the other side, you're like, damn, Boston, they had to go through Milwaukee, go through Miami. They had to beat KD and Kyrie, and they swept them. Like, who would have thought that? You know what I mean? So it has been advantageous for the Golden State Warriors. And I'll add this too. They had 6 days off before the playoffs. They had 4 days off before playing Memphis. Then they had a nice little rest before playing Dallas because they went 7, and the Warriors were able to handle Memphis at 6. So they had to rest. It's been a nice little situation for the Golden State Warriors. So I'm not going to say it's a cakewalk, but it has been advantageous for them in the West so far.
They're sitting here and we're hearing Bonta talking about, back in 2019, we won a Game 6 and we had the Raptors in the finals. And, he's got all these memories to talk about, and Damian. And all we have to talk about in the last 20 years is moving up from 7 to 4 in the lottery. That's all we have to talk about. Like T.O.
What's funny?
Like T.O. once said, Bonta, that ain't fire. That ain't fire.
I've been seeing floating around on the internet since we're here, since you talk about memories and all this stuff. And I remember a second round matchup between Sacramento and Minnesota that went 7, but Weber's D wasn't right, and KG was able to bark and go to the West Finals. And then what's floating around on the internet today? The Robert Horry shot in Game 4, those Western Conference Finals against Sacramento. And trust me, I was in a house full of Laker fans. And I was rolling with the Kings. Hell, I threw my whole UPS check on the Sacramento Kings, man. I was a Bibby fan. And Weber, I'm like, man, they got this. And the story hit that shot, and to see it floating around on the internet today, and then Casey's like, yo, can you come on today? I'm like, oh, man. My dudes, man. Y'all just trying to do a radio show, and they got to throw that stuff on Twitter, man.
That's all we trying to do, man. Like I said, T.O. said it best. It ain't fair. It ain't fair.
It ain't fair, but it's reality. And man, you know, KC messed around with the draft there, brought up the draft. I'll say this about the Warriors, man. Like the Kings moving up here, obviously that's big for us. Getting the pick right is significantly bigger. But we've discussed this potentially being the third incarnation of this Warrior squad going to the finals. You've got that, you know, that young captivating the league 2015 and 2016. You have the KD years, and now this one, which feels like, you know, even though he's not, it feels like the senior tour for Steph Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green, when it's like, yo, look at this kid Jordan Poole we got here. Look at Andrew Wiggins, who you all were ready to say was washed and was out of the league. And now you've got these draft picks in Kuminga, Moody, and you realize, yo, this could go on for a while.
I've been trying to tell people that, and I remember the Andrew Wiggins trade. I argue with a lot of people saying, I like this fit. He no longer has to be the man. Just slide on in, be the fourth option. You're going to get the best shots you've ever seen in your career because you're playing with the Splash Brothers, right? So Andrew Wiggins is there. Now everybody's talking about extending him. Kuminga's, he's dropping 17 and 8, doesn't even know what he's doing. Like the kid literally has no clue what he's doing on the basketball court, and he's walking into 15 points a night. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? Moody acts like he's been in the league for 10 years. He's going to be a triple threat. You know, he's going to score from the three-point line. He's going to drive. He's going to pass. And then Jordan Poole's become a star. It's where it's like, man, this dude is electric. And nobody saw that coming. I remember listening to KC with Butcher when he got drafted. And like, man, who's this Poole guy, man? And KC's like, yo, he's got some talent, but I don't think we saw this. This dude is freaky with the basketball. So, and you look at the Western Conference, right? The Lakers are in shambles. We have no idea what's going on with the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard. Utah's going to dismantle their team. Who knows what's going on with Gobert and Mitchell? All right, Jamal Murray's going to come back with the Denver Nuggets, but they'll be a nice team. They'll be a nice challenge. Luka, we'll see who they add down in Dallas, but the West is wide open. Memphis is still being around too. They're young. I think they need to move Dylan Brooks personally, move off of him and get somebody else because he literally spotted the Warriors in 8-0 run in game number 6. The best thing that happened to the Warriors in that game was Dylan Brooks catching fire early because next thing you know, he ends up 11 for 28. But when you look at the landscape of the Western Conference, who's got a better situation than the Golden State Warriors? I mean, we are spoiled out here. So if they do steal this championship and come out of nowhere, as you said, D-Lo, with this third edition of the Golden State Warriors, they're sitting pretty. All of a sudden, Poole's learning how to win. Kuminga's getting experience. Moody's getting experience. Wiseman's waiting in the wings, hurt. We ain't forgot about him. You know what I'm saying? All we need for Wiseman, hey, play the dunker spot, get us 12 and 10, and we good. You know what I'm saying? So, and then all the veterans, all the ring chasers going to want to come here. You know what I'm saying? Who's the next Otto Porter Jr.? You know, who's the next David West? So, you know, it's a good time to be a Warrior fan, folks. It's a good time.
You talk about the makeup of the Western Conference and who's got a better situation than the Golden State Warriors. The only team in the entire league that might have a better situation than the Golden State Warriors is the Boston Celtics.
I know. We may see this again.
The crazy part about what we're walking into right now, or we're on the verge of walking into right now, is this could be a finals matchup for a couple more years.
That's wild. That's wild. Bonta, before you get out of here, I just want to, while I have you here, I just want, because these people, they ain't trying to hear me, man. They think I'm biased. They think, I'm just talking. Tell these people, Trey Lance, week 1. It's always been Trey Lance, week 1. This whole Jimmy thing, don't worry about that. Whether he's on the team or not, this ain't no competition. Trey Lance looks fine. He'll be ready to go week 1, and we about to eat. Let him know, Bonta.
And he's going to shut a lot of people up. Trust me, I got cue cards. I got 2 cue cards now filled up with people who saying Trey ain't ready, right? You know, Matt Lombardo, who came out with that egregious report saying, oh, I talked to executives and this and that, and they're not happy with progress of Trey Lance. And, Mike Florio's backpedaled, Chris Sams. I got Matt Steinmetz on there. I got Matt Steinmetz. I got names, dog. Who else is on there? Skip Bayless. Who? I got names, and I'm waiting for the day Trey Lance lights it up week 1. Who the Niners have week 1? Chicago Bears. It's Justin Fields. I cannot wait. And now today it's like Trey Lance's fingers never been in better shape. What do they say? Arm fatigue or arm fitness or something? Look, we all know the real on why they do it or on why they take shots at Trey Lance. We know why. We're not going to speak on it, but we know why. Mac Jones, Mac Jones is working on his arm and he's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. All good. Y'all want to do that stuff? I'm going to rock with Trey like I did last season. Jimmy's gone. Jimmy's bye-bye, out of here. By the way, Sacramento, Man, y'all need Banchero to fall to foe. He would be perfect.
Oh, I love me some Paolo. I love me some Paolo. You know, it's Paolo and Shaden for me right now.
March Madness and took my college buddy Worldwide Hef, man, and we wilding around, walking around the court, right? We sit there, Duke Warbucks in the coaching spot. They kicked us out. I was like, hey, man, y'all can't. My boy goes, hey, Paolo. He dropped the ball in the layup line, looked at both of us, slapped his chest. Let's go. I said, oh, man, it's my guy, man. I swear, we almost dropped our drinks, man. This kid's like, yo, y'all got to roll, man. Y'all here distracted homie in the layup line. But like the real one, I'm here. Let's go. He went out there and balled out, man. That would be perfect for Sacramento, man. I would even try to move up from 4 to get Paolo. That's to me, like I don't know much about Jabari Smith and Auburn. I haven't watched too many of those games, but I like Banchero a lot, man. He's going to walk into the league dropping 18 and 8.
I agree. We on the same.
Go get them Louis Vuittons on, man. You got to work tonight. We appreciate
Dior's tonight. Hey, Dior's tonight, D-Lo. KC. Dior's on tonight.
Oh, excuse me. Nice and highs. Dior highs.
No, the lows. My girl got it for Christmas.
I just need to get out of this conversation. This ain't a conversation for me. It's a conversation for these two, not for me.
She changed my life, man. She changed my life, dude. I threw them Italian leathers on. I said, oh, this is big leagues. Forget them J's. Them cool grays stand in the closet, man. We going to
Oh, we'll be watching tonight, Bonta. We appreciate you, baby. Thanks, man.
Anytime, man. Y'all my guys,
appreciate
man.
You,
take it easy.
Yes, sir.
That's our black bottle boy right there, Bonta Hill, host of the Morning Roast 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and of course pre and post for the Golden State Warriors. We'll digest some of that. We'll come back and we'll talk.
Dior that just ended it for me. I don't even know if I could work for the rest of the day. My man out here in Dior's, man. Come on now. I'm just happy I know people in high places.
Well, I mean,
you and Bonta. I know people in high places. I'm just trying to get there.
That's a rumor. We'll come back. Olivia Christian joins us when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, man. Patrick, so you received an email saying my Money in the Bank tickets were canceled. They gave me a code to buy again. Okay, let me know how that goes. I'm looking right here. I wanted to look this up. Dave said, man, no wonder they canceled it. Dave Meltzer said, Money in the Bank, 16,833 tickets had been distributed as of 20 days ago. There was a report, and this feels like a strong WWE slant, that they were trying to draw crowds in the 20 to 35 range and not necessarily in the range of 65,000. But if that report is accurate, if 16,833 tickets had been distributed, MGM is about 17,000. So basically, if either no tickets have been sold in the last 20 days or they cut off ticket sales in the last 20 days and decided to move it. I'm looking ahead at their other schedule. Let's see. They've got there's Hell in a Cell, Money in the Bank. So SummerSlam's in the stadium in Nashville. Then they have Clash at the Castle. Then they have Crown Jewel. And then they're at the TD Garden in November. So, yeah, SummerSlam still. Wow, SummerSlam's in July. Why the hell? Well, probably, I guess, just availability. SummerSlam's July 30th. I don't think that's ever happened. Why not August? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I don't feel like Survivor Series is a big pay-per-view anymore. Yeah, I don't feel like that's a big pay-per-view anymore. I think Money in the Bank can be a big pay-per-view. Like I feel like Money in the Bank is already past Survivor Series because it's such a it's like it feels important. Like who wins the money in the briefcase feels important. And of course they screw it up sometimes. Like what was dude's name who everybody loved for like a couple months? Otis. They gave the briefcase to Otis. I don't even know how. What did Miz beat Otis for the briefcase? I can't remember. Yeah, like they really. Who convinced Vince McMahon? Give this dude is going to cash in the Money in the Bank briefcase. No, Otis was over, but that doesn't mean you could be over without being the champion. I think that's going to be a phenomenal main event. I'm interested to see what direction it goes. I won't be watching in a very rare occasion. I have plans this weekend and will be a little bit tuned out. I'll catch up. That's a good question. Is it Sunday? I think they did move their pay-per-views to Sunday, which is trash because I used to like the AEW pay-per-views being on Saturday night. Oh, schmuddy. We don't need King of the Ring. King of the Ring sucks too. They've devalued. They devalued. The only person who, like, once it stopped being, because it for a while, remember, it was like Brett Owen and, there was a Mabel in there, but then it was like Austin, Hunter, like they were like big catapults. Then it just be like, I don't know, like I think Edge had it. Booker T made it a fun gimmick where he like became British. Like that was pretty funny, but King of the Ring isn't. I'd still, but Schmuddy, I'd still argue King of the Ring is better than Survivor Series.
Survivor Series done, bro.
Yeah, Survivor Series it's no good. We're gonna allow Kenny Caraway to continue to be a part of this show. Even though he lacks in the Dior department. You are potted up. Yes. I just stay on the job. Thank you. I'm new here.
I just appreciate it. I just appreciate it because it wasn't, this isn't really, my tax bracket. This isn't really I don't really have the gear to keep up with, you and Bonta. So I just appreciate you guys letting me be around.
Acknowledge me.
Stilo and Casey brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Olivia Christian is going to join us. Olivia Christian is going to return here.
Let's go. Maybach
top of the 3 o'clock hour. I mean, Jesse's got a good point. Kenny Caraway picked courtside over the Dior's, so I think that's ultimately what happened. You can't you can't have everything, Kenny. We're sorry, buddy.
I mean, listen to the source here. That's Tunnel Tapia talking about where somebody's sitting.
That's
Tunnel Tapia.
I'm the only one sitting in the concourse. Just me and Bryce hanging up at the concourse, just talking. What we do. That is what we do. I think you kind of answered this already. I want to be clear. Neither one of us thought Dallas was winning game 4.
Mm-hmm.
They did. The one thing I asked Bonta what Dallas did to get better looks. He thinks the looks have been the same. One thing that Dallas did do differently in that game 4 was they penetrated to the basket more. They let their inside create their outside. Now, I don't mean that in the grand. They don't do it the way that Boston did it, the way that Boston does it on a regular basis. They just did it more frequently than they've done it in this series.
Right.
And obviously, I've got to believe that Golden State has recognized that from film. I'll be interested to see what adjustments they make defensively and if Dallas just goes back to trying to search for that open 3-point shot if they can't get to the basket like they did so many times in game number 4 on Tuesday.
And I think I agree with what you're saying. And I think that the Warriors are going to have a mentality with Dallas that I always said people should have with the Warriors. And that's run them off the line, make them take the twos, because what's going to happen is, number one, they're not going to have these long, these runs where they separate from you, number one. And also, they want to take the threes. They know that's the only way that they can win. So they're going to, if you try and take it away from them, they're going to get thirsty and start taking bad threes and start forcing threes. And now you'll be able to get the stops. You'll be able to get out in transition and kind of open the game up yourself. So, yeah, I think the Warriors kind of changed their game plan a little bit, just a little bit, and turn it up a little bit on the defensive end and run them off the line a little bit more and make them go one-on-one. Say, Luka, we'll let you go one-on-one. We'll do that because when you do that, the Brunsons, the Finney Smiths, the Bullocks, they're not getting looks to get comfortable and be able to do some things. So, yeah, man, I think Mike Brown will have the defense set up the way they need to close this thing out.
The Dallas won by double digits, close to double digits. Who do you think has the momentum going into tonight's game? Given the fact that Dallas just won, but were outscored 39-20 in the final fourth quarter, in which there was a stretch, albeit briefly, where it really felt like that game could slip through their fingers. I feel like Golden State, in a game that they lost, might have snatched whatever momentum Dallas had built right back, headed into Game 5 tonight at home.
No, I can understand that and completely agree with that. I also look at it where when you talk about momentum, I know even if that would have never happened, Dallas, collapsing a little bit, if it would have stayed 25 points or something like that, I still believe the momentum would have been on the side of Golden State because they're coming back home to close this thing out.
Sure.
And they would have looked at it as, you got your little win in Dallas. That's cool. You fought hard to make sure we didn't end it on your home court. But now you're coming back to Golden State. We're going to be rejuvenated. Our crowd is going to be ready to go. They can smell another NBA Finals appearance in the air, and that's all the momentum we need. We'll be ready to go. So to your,
what Draymond Green's going to say?
What's he going to say?
We just wanted to make Charles Barkley work another day. And he's going to think it's very funny. And everyone's going to laugh. I guarantee you if the Warriors win tonight and Draymond Green goes to set, he's going to say, we wanted you to come back to San Francisco one more time.
The only reason we played is we wanted to make you work another day, Chuck.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's pretty good. I think I like that one. I like do you work on these? Are these all spontaneous?
That was off the dome.
That's not a bad one. Yeah, I got a pop for that one. That is good.
We just wanted to make you work another day. I have G14 classification. Ain't that right, Shaq? That's right. You don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about that.
That's funny. You got me with that one. I like that, Dre. Because for those who can't see it, Kenny's doing this over exaggeration with his mouth, which makes it just a little bit funnier. That's good stuff, Kenny. That's good stuff right there.
They close it out, man. They close it out, and it'll be a very very good season for the Dallas Mavericks. They got nothing to hang their head about or feel bad about.
But where do they go? Where do they go though?
It's a crossroads a little bit. Are they able to get the second star next to Luka? Are they going to be able to get the right second star next to Luka that'll fit in seamlessly? It's a little bit of a crossroads, but Bonta laid it out. We've talked about it before. The West, it's a good time to be in the West a little bit. Because you don't have the dominant teams. You got a lot of good teams, but you don't have any dominant teams outside of maybe Golden State. We'll see what happens with the Clippers, but that's really about it. It feels like 3 through 9 are kind of on the same wavelength. Whereas in the East, you've got Miami. When they're healthy, they're good to go. Boston is looking like a juggernaut for years to come. Giannis ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Chris Middleton might be. Not this year, but we'll talk about that when we need to. But
speaking about going somewhere, I was going to say Brooklyn, but who knows what's going on with that?
Bro, so this is getting ridiculous. Like Brooklyn ain't played in months, and all of us, but they seem to be on the front page of like everything. Like Kyrie hasn't talked to the Nets. I heard Colin Cowherd talk about this when he was live at 9:00 on Fox, and I was like, "Yo, why would Kevin Durant talk to the Brooklyn Nets right now? Like the season's over. Like what's he supposed to talk to them about?" But this is all on the heels of the New York Post report. I don't remember about Kyrie and how Brooklyn is they want out of the Kyrie Irving business, and if they want out of the Kyrie Irving business, that's gonna upset Kevin Durant, and it's all right. Wow, Brooklyn is still at the top of these conversations. Okay,
the Nets hit Kyrie with that. Hold on, player. With that Teddy Long.
Hit him with the Teddy Long, man. Hold on, player.
Let me holler at you, player.
Yeah.
Because one of the things is you read the tea leaves. Tea leaves are back, and it's all setting up. If Kyrie isn't there, now you're looking at Kevin Durant saying, "I'm supposed to end my career here with Ben Simmons, maybe, and Seth Curry." I don't know if I want to do that. I'm trying to get out of here. They got no money.
What's it say about KD if he leaves? Like forces his way out? Because he's
bad look.
He's had the ability, everything that he's done so far.
Mm-hmm.
He's LeBron this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're allowed to leave. You sign a contract, you fulfill that contract, you're allowed to leave. I think the tone around Kevin Durant will change a little bit if it goes from free agent move to, oh, wait a minute, suddenly I don't like this free agent move. Get me out of here. That doesn't feel like a KD move to me. I don't know. Maybe it is. It doesn't feel like one to me though.
No, it doesn't. I don't. And I think even though I don't think he really cares that much, I think he's aware of how that would look, you know what I mean, with everything going on, and it would just be a bad look. And I think that he would stay there. Like a lot of people are talking about this may blow up this year. I don't think KD's going anywhere this offseason, this summer. If something were to happen, much like Joel Embiid, I think it's trade deadline next summer. But the whole Kyrie thing, I don't know. It all really hinges on, doesn't Kyrie have the player option this year?
Yeah.
And they're probably hoping that Kyrie just activates the player option and they kick the can down the road a little bit and figure this out later, as opposed to having to make that decision this summer to essentially not give Kyrie his money.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to do that.
Speaking of getting their money, Kevin Durant only has $194.2 million left on his contract. That's all. I love
194.
So $194.2 million. Wow. Throw that in your trade machine. get the Harrison Barnes salary to match with that one. Trading KD seems insane. Like regardless of what Kevin Durant wants.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that seems like an absolutely insane scenario.
Yeah, if anything, I would trade everything I had to go add somebody
to help him. Yeah. By the way, I don't think that's a horrible. I understand Ben Simmons is still a massive question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Seth Curry is the next starting point. If Ben is good on all fronts, health-wise, mental-wise, it's not a terrible start. It's not Kyrie, James Harden, and Kevin Durant,
right?
But it's not a terrible start to something, in my opinion.
Yeah. But you're starting it. Where you gonna go? You ain't got no draft picks. You ain't got no money.
Yo, I've been trying to blame Sean Marks for months. for this very reason, I've been trying to blame Sean Marks, and you've been stalling him out.
I agreed with you. I
felt like you stalled him. Okay. Sean Marks was first. As we welcome back, there were people speculating whether you might have left us. There was speculation here in the chat house that Olivia Christian had left us. Of course, she didn't leave us. She's with us now here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Welcome back.
Some people even said that she went across the street.
Some people said that you went to the bad guys.
Bad guys. No, I've been telling you guys for months.
Give me a break.
I'm not gonna leave you. If anything, you guys are gonna dump me. You're on.
That ain't happening.
Oh no, we're just here to see what part of the house you broadcast from this each day. So I have a question because there's a lot we want to talk to you about, including what you've been doing recently. When you take the pictures, you guys got to follow the game last night, or Olivia's got like a ton of accounts on Instagram. You got to go follow them. Oh, that's a ton. Do you wake up and put the big poofy dress on and take the picture? Like, is the poofy dress a part of like the day-to-day attire for Olivia? Or is it like, I've got a poofy dress on, I'm going to take a picture in front of this ceiling to floor window?
I wake up in the morning on Sundays and I put on a poofy dress, but it started with when I first moved to this location. I put on a dress because I wanted to see if I still fit it. Mm-hmm. And then my room was empty. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. I still fit the dress. I'm going to take a picture. I love this space. And I got so many people reacting like, oh my gosh, that room is amazing. Your dress is cute. I'm like, I just felt like putting on a party dress. I'm celebrating the fact that I haven't grown out of it. And then it became a thing that I was doing every Sunday. Like, good morning. Here's me in a poofy dress, this amazing window. And I don't know, people seem to enjoy it. And I mean, I own a bunch of poofy dresses for a reason, and nothing is really happening in my life. So they don't get a lot of wear. So now I wear them for about an hour or 45 minutes every Sunday and take a picture.
Sunday, maybe you go to a brunch, Sunday brunch with the poofy dress.
I don't know if you've seen those dresses, Kenny. They're pretty poofy.
Yeah, I know I have. Yeah, it's all right. It's cool. That's your bag.
I would wear, yeah. Once
the poofy dress market.
Once I fully heal, which is why I've been gone the last few weeks, is because I had surgery. I will likely get back out there in the world and have, reasons to wear and opportunities to wear those big poofy dresses. But they do tend to just kind of lift my spirits, and it's fun. And I like people having fun with it with me. So that's where it all comes from.
Well, that's good stuff, man. Let's talk about like you are feeling better, because I think you were outside yesterday.
I went outside. Yes, I flew up to San Francisco. I have to say, I had surgery 2 weeks ago yesterday. And I pushed myself. I shouldn't have gone up there yesterday. I was not ready, but I got medicated. The adrenaline kind of kept me going for a while, but when I crashed, it's hard. It's hard out here. But it was fun. I went up there to work on a project with NBC Sports Bay Area / California, something that's been in the works for months. And it was just really great. And the weather turned out beautiful. We went to a Giants game and I interviewed someone from NBC Sports. But it was an amazing day for baseball. And so it was super fun to get out there and connect and meet everyone and have all the free hot dogs and nachos and cotton candy and beer all on the NBC credit card. It was wonderful.
Oh, that's always good. That's always a good thing. Plus, you got to see, well, this doesn't matter to you that much, but it matters to me. You got to see the Giants win.
Yes, and the game was amazing. Like, they were hitting, to make myself seem even older, dingers right away. I mean, this is why the young generation doesn't watch baseball. Dingers. But they were hitting home runs in the first inning, which is an exciting game. Like I said, the weather was really great. In San Francisco, it's iffy in terms of fog, and like it's sunny, and then by the time you sit down, it's freezing. But it was beautiful the whole day, and everyone just seemed to be excited to be out. And they just played a great game. It was really fun. And I hadn't been to a ball game in years. What I was thinking about, like, when's the last time I came? The last time that I went to a Giants game, I actually got a foul ball.
Oh, wow. Did you catch it in the air or just kind of rolled to you? How'd that go down?
It kind of rolled to me, like, where I was sitting, the ball was closest to me, but I had a full tray, because when I go to a baseball game, I get all of the things. I get the nachos, the hot dogs, and I had a tray of all of those things. And the ball was closest to me, and people were beginning to run for it. And the people next to me were like, get it. And I'm like, what do I sacrifice? And I just kind of did the splits, and I held my tray up. I got the ball and I was like, yeah, and everyone was so excited for me that I didn't spill my beer or my nachos, and I got a game ball. It was pretty cool.
I'll say this, like that catching a foul ball is highly overrated. When that thing is coming down at you and the element is a little like the wind is blowing, that thing it's coming in hot.
It is.
I'm not part of that. I don't need that ball. I have nothing to prove to nobody. Them people who hold the babies and catch the ball barehanded, y'all are psychopaths. That's crazy. I've been under one of those. I was under one at Fenway. I was like, oh no, I do not want that.
Well, I'm with you, Damien. I am not one that's like, I'm out here to get one. I don't trust my instincts. Even though I have pretty good athletic abilities, I still don't. I can't catch a ball from a major league player. But this, by the time, like I said, this one rolled eventually, like near me, and that's like I picked it up off the ground. But generally, I'm looking up and I'm freaking out, and I don't have good depth perception. It always feels like it's coming right at me. I'm like, no, it's on the second level. It's somewhere not clear. And then I breathe a sigh of relief. I'm not the kind of person that's out there trying to get, especially with a baby or beer in my hand. Put it in the cup, like no.
Yeah,
I'm drinking. It was $100. I'll let the ball drop.
Yeah, they're wilding for that one. I do want to catch a foul ball one day, but I agree with Damon. They come at you, and then like some of those that I haven't been directly in front of it, but I'm close enough sometimes where I could see the ones that they just miss and they foul back, but it's almost like a reverse line drive, like that thing. This thing coming at you.
They're hot. Yeah,
coming at you.
And at Oracle, they don't have the nets that go super far down the right or the first and third base line. Like, unless I was up in the suite.
Well, so you don't know nothing about, you wouldn't know nothing about that because you're up in the suite. Like,
I wasn't expecting to be in the suite. I was like, oh, we're not going to be in the bleachers? Yes. But I don't think I saw the nets.
They do have the nets. They have, I think they go all the way down. If anything, they stop like maybe 15 feet before each wall, like the left field wall and right field wall, but they go down there. I don't know how high they are though, but they definitely go down.
I was surprised. I'm like, am I crazy? Are there no nets here? Of all teams, I would think San Francisco would be on top of it, and you're saying they have it. So clearly I had too many beers when I was looking for it.
You don't know about that that general admission life, that that lower level life. It's when you're in the suite, it's just whatever. We got people wearing Dior's, we got people sitting in suites. I'm just trying to
you got your nerve.
I'm just trying to make it, man. That's
you've got your nerve. Baseball, go ahead.
I was gonna say, for baseball, I actually really prefer to sit anywhere other than a suite, because in the suite you start getting distracted by the conversation. I mean, that's a place I think where most
part of baseball is being outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that's the fun stuff. But being in a suite, you start having like those business conversations. That's what the suites are for, right? Like we have this suite, you come in here and you negotiate stuff, and somebody brings in a tray of whatever. So I like sitting in the seats, and even if they're crap seats, it's just fun to be outside and enjoying the game and hearing the organ. The organ's kind of annoying. I'm ready for an upgrade in music, but it's the nostalgia around it that I love.
So it's clear from this combo in many of our past conversations how much you love baseball and you want baseball to grow and get better. But you are a Yankees fan.
Oh, yes.
You wanna speak on your boy? Your boy?
I'm like, can I even claim him? I guess I have to claim him.
He's
on my team.
He's a Yankee.
You don't have to. Legend has it, Aubrey Huff one time played for the Giants. I don't know nothing about that.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, you don't have to. Come on, you don't have to claim him.
I don't think
well, if I were you, then yes, I would take that position too. Kenny, like Aubrey. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's been depressing, honestly. And I've said this before, like when you hear or learn about people that you enjoy watching on the field and you hear their views on certain things, like, oh gosh, you're ruining it. Just shut up and play. That is when I want them to shut up and play. But Josh Donaldson's comment to Tim Anderson about calling him Jackie referred to an interview he did in 2019, talking about what he's facing as an African-American in the league, one of the top performing African-Americans in the league, and confronting racism and tradition and unwritten rules as a Black man. In that way, he's talking about being and comparing himself a bit to Jackie Robinson, not about his play on the field, but about just the approach and having to confront those things. And I think Josh Donaldson knew what he was saying. This all like, what, me? I was just, he called him like, you're an idiot. We know that you know what he meant. You're a grown man. And it was just embarrassing. And I feel like I would have liked the Yankees to, and maybe it's difficult because, you know, ownership and management and their teammates don't want to come on too hard on their fellow teammate. But I would have liked them to be more aggressive. And they're like, we don't agree with what he said. It was terrible. It's upset us and the legacy of Jackie Robinson. And we, you know, Tim is part of this MLB family. I would have loved for them to wrap their arms around Tim and that with what was going on, but they didn't. They did, you know, like they kind of walked the line. But apparently, Josh is fighting his 1-game suspension. I am glad that the league is suspending him for that because it's blatant. And again, I think he's lying when he's pretending that he didn't know that it would be that bad. He apologized to the family, the Jackie Robinson family, if what he said caused him harm. If what I said. But yeah, it makes it hard to root for a team or an individual once you find out who they are. It's sad.
Yeah, for sure. And even in that situation, like, you know, we just talked about apologizing to the Jackie Robinson family if, you know, I offended all this other stuff. What about Tim Anderson? Obviously, he took offense to it. And if you really didn't have any malice or ill will behind it, to me, the response would have been, hey, I heard you reference this before. I thought it was one way. I thought I was saying, well, I don't mean nothing by that. I apologize. All this other stuff. Not, oh, yeah, you know, I was just joking. Like, and then to not even apologize to Tim Anderson. Like I said, in a number of different ways, in my opinion, he's showing what he was really trying to get across and who he really is just by the way he's handling this situation.
Mm-hmm. I think he has at this point apologized to Tim, but in the same way, essentially, that he did with the Jackie Robinson family. I'm so sorry if this is the thing that hurt you in some way, but he's still holding on to that. I was joking. I thought it was just this thing we were saying, and we've gone back a couple of years and make jokes about it. I'm like, I highly doubt Tim has been laughing about this since 2019.
Right.
He's been pretty serious about it for a number of years. And in the moment when it happened, he could have apologized on the field. I'm sorry, that's not what it is. I'm an idiot. And, you know, the benches may not have needed to clear, but he knew what he was doing. Like I said, he's playing ignorant now, playing the card of I'm joking. I don't know if that's a thing, playing I'm joking, but it's embarrassing.
Oh, no, that's a card. Yeah, that's definitely a card.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, I mean, that stuff can take your enjoyment away from things. Like, I've said this, I was a Cowboys fan for a long time. And I just, like, I accepted all of Jerry's shortcomings to the point where I just couldn't accept them anymore. When he locked arms and knelt and looked at that Sunday night football camera, I was like, I'm out. I'm gone, dude. I am done with you, and I'm done with this team forever.
And what's so weird about that particular situation and some of the other teams that did the locking of the arms thing, it's like they will do everything except the thing that we're asking them to do. The thing that Kaepernick and other players were doing, they were on their knees trying to be respectful, but they're not willing to go that far. Like, well, we'll just lock arms instead, and we'll be brothers together. Like that's not what we were doing.
Way was offensive. Like, what do you like? Don't do anything. Either do it or don't.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, but ain't nothing better than Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis, I wasn't kneeling. I was praying. That's why I was down on both knees. I was talking to God, talking to Heal Our Nation.
Come on,
shut up, Ray.
This dude, man.
Praying to God, thinking there's no double jeopardy. But he's that's what he was praying for.
Goodness.
But, Ray embarrasses himself constantly.
You think you mentioned Cap? Obviously, I mentioned Jerry there. Cap worked out for the Raiders yesterday, and Kenny and we've had strong opinions on Colin Kaepernick for a long time. Do you think this? Do you think he's going to get a real shot? Do you think this is it?
I don't know. I can't imagine being away from the game for this long and staying in shape. Like, that is insane to me. There's nothing I've done in life that I haven't done for 6 years, and I'm like, I'm ready for the big stage all over again. I wish him the best. He looks amazing, but it's hard to know unless you're in a game situation, unless there's defense, unless there's schemes, like his mobility, his arm strength, all those things have to come into play. There's so many things that they, grade quarterbacks on, and he feels pretty confident. He's always been confident. And it takes a degree of confidence to put yourself out there at this point, because everybody's looking at you now. So, so I hope he finds a home. I hope he does well. But I'm not as confident as he is. I'm scared for him, really.
Yeah, it's a long time to be away from the game. The thing that I take solace in when I worry about, if he still has it or how he might look is there's a lot of bad quarterbacks out there. And he can't look that much worse, like Damian said, than Nick Mullins and Jared Stidham. Like he can't look worse than Geno Smith and what we've seen from him. So even if he's not the Cap that we remember, if he's, falling off a little bit or, age has caught up to him a little bit, he still ain't going to look no worse than some of the worst quarterbacks we have in the league right now.
I 100% agree. And that's what I really want the press, the national press, to focus on. There are a lot of trash quarterbacks who kept getting signed, traveling from team to team, kept getting opportunities. There's no way Kaepernick is as awful as they have been. And people have been like, all right, well, he's still here. Oh, all right, he's on the sidelines. He's a third stringer, and here he comes. So I agree with you. Like, even if he's not his best, he's better than so many others. But I just want people to have that perspective and remind themselves there are only a handful of quarterbacks in every generation that are that quarterback. The rest of them are, give and take week to week. We'll see. And then there's that next layer that are terrible but continue to be signed by the league. So hopefully, like I said, he does well and he gets signed at least for a little bit.
And when you think back to, again, thinking this was 6 years ago, when you think back to why Cap originally took a knee and how this all started, what all started it, and how it continued to happen, and it continued to garner a greater response from Black athletes across multiple sports. Of course, the shut up and dribble phase came from a certain crowd too, which I still think is very prominent. And then, of course, we're coming out of the horrific week that this country had this week. And one of the clips that was being shared all over the place was Steve Kerr, a basketball coach. Yeah. And it was, his approach obviously has been very consistent. It's been different than Colin Kaepernick's approach to bring attention to something. And gun violence, gun laws has always been something, and I think everybody is familiar with why that Steve Kerr has been very, very passionate about and very, very vocal about. But he was certainly met with a very, very different reaction this week than athletes of the past who are speaking about issues that are important to them have been met with.
Definitely. And I have to say, for things to change the way that we want them to, whether it's abortion rights, what's going on with police brutality, gun mass shootings in schools and churches and grocery stores, it's going to take people who look like Steve Kerr and his wife and his daughter and his auntie. Those are the folks that are going to make the change, because until they get on board in mass, the folks who don't look like them, like the three of us on here, are the ones that are going to be disproportionately impacted by those things. It's sad that it goes that way, like it's necessary, but we've seen that throughout history. Like during the civil rights era, when Martin Luther King was able to galvanize poor white people to join the movement, like, y'all are broke too, and some of you are broker than us. They're keeping you out. That's when it was like, oh, wait a second, we can't have him getting these folks on board. And that's when he was challenged and eventually murdered. And a lot of different activists during that time were murdered when they were trying to bring different disenfranchised communities together.
Fred
and it was
Hampton did the same thing.
Yep, Fred Hampton. Yep, straight up.
So
poor white people said, y'all might want to roll with the Black Panthers over here because we got the same cause, buddy.
Right.
And that's what we need to do today, right? We're all being impacted by this. You don't know what school, what grocery store, what church this kind of activity can happen in again. None of us are immune to it. So it does take, Popovich and Kerr, who are around Black athletes hearing these stories, about discrimination and brutality and things like that, but the general questions that we're facing as Americans right now, everyday things that we thought we were done with, that we're continuing to fight for, those voices are the ones that are going to be lifted up, especially at this point. And it's necessary. I'm glad that he's saying it. I'm glad that he's not shying away from it. But I wish it wouldn't take all of that. I wish it wasn't just something that was listened to when Steve Kerr says it, or Popovich says it, or another coach says it. But if that's what it takes, thank you for using your platform in the way that you are, and hopefully things will change. And that's what we say every time, right? Hopefully things will change. We'll see. I am the pessimist. Like, I want things to get better. I'm hopeful in the everyday, but generally I'm scared for us.
Yeah, and to that point, I remember when Cap took his knee, and I was watching specifically, and I had the same feelings. I said, it's one thing if I don't know who was Russell Wilson, is next to him, or whatever black quarterback was there supporting him. It's one thing if that happens, but we would really need Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady to step up and have the same stance. And I remember they didn't. Aaron Rodgers has done some things differently in recent time as far as that goes. Like he's supported a little bit, but at the time he didn't support. Drew Brees absolutely didn't support. Tom Brady didn't support. And they left Cap out there on an island, in this fraternity. And that always stuck out to me. That was always something that I remembered from those guys, and was very disappointed that they handled it the way they did.
It's funny about that, Kenny. Like, I wonder, how do you go back into the locker room again with your teammates, if you're in the NBA, if you're in the NFL, and just say nothing? Like, I have to imagine you're having these conversations in the locker room. You're hearing people talk about their fear for life, their family's safety. And usually like, oh, well, let's play the game on Sunday. That just seems wild to me. But like you said, a number of them just hear no evil, see no evil. I don't know, stick their fingers in their ear and try to make it to the playoffs. And that's all they can focus on. But we don't have the luxury of just enjoying sports for sports' sake. There are so many other things we have to think about, even just getting to, for Black athletes, we talked about this a few weeks ago, about the San Francisco Giants wanting to do, I think next year, this big potluck, and it's called like Black Giants. And some of the players talking about the challenges they had with just driving into the stadium, people not knowing who they are, show me your ID. And it's just, it takes that solidarity. It does take white players stepping in and stepping up, and more than linking arms during a Monday Night Football, like talking about it, using that platform to change things.
And this week also kind of poses the question is, I've always asked like why George Floyd was the one that seemed to get people's attention. Briefly, Black Lives Mattered for the summer of 2020. It was a wild time for those that don't remember it. But I've always asked, why was George Floyd the one that got everyone's attention? And the answer is almost universal, and it's because we weren't doing anything. We were forced to watch. We were forced to listen. And again, given what happened this week, is there an appropriate time for Adam Silver to go, I don't give a damn, this is the NBA playoffs. We're shut down. We're shut down. Rob, God knows Rob Manfred wouldn't have the balls to do it. Same thing. We're shut down. We're stopping. Our lawmakers need to figure this out, because Steve Kerr said it. This isn't appropriate. Playing sports right now isn't appropriate. So if it was the fact that people were forced because you couldn't leave the house, you couldn't do anything else, George Floyd was staring you in your face, cool. Let's take away your baseball. Let's take away your basketball. Let's take away your Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll shut everything down. And now you're going to be forced to look at these kids that were murdered the other day, and you're going to be forced to face these issues that this country are facing, that this country is facing, and that their lawmakers refuse to do anything about.
I agree. I think hitting them in the economic pocket is what it's going to take. And it does mean shutting down some of these leagues. Last year or 2 years ago, I can't believe it's almost 2 years ago, like you said, we were forced. I think the three of us and other Black folks who look like us, we've known this has been happening for years, but it took other people, other communities to see those phone videos, one of George Floyd, but all just Black people living their lives and being harassed or being arrested and being questioned, being chased down in the street by their neighbors and shot down in the street. Like what happened? It It took silence. It took you have to be in your house and you have no out. And when you have sports open now, you do have that escape.
Mm-hmm.
As Black people, we don't. We still walk in that fear. But there are other communities that can turn that off and turn the game on. And that's when they return to things like, I want to just watch this game. Yes, have your moment of silence, but the game must go on. But like Steve Kerr said, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It's foolish. It's wild. Like even, doing the day-to-day stuff, going up to the game yesterday, watching the Giants play, I felt like, am I crazy? Should I even be here? Shouldn't we just be quiet right now? Should we be forcing this conversation to be had? And the Senate just closed down for Memorial Day weekend, and they didn't vote on.
They're gonna take their vacations. They're gonna make sure they take their vacations. They don't never miss an opportunity to take a vacation.
And it's just they should feel humiliated, but they don't. They get to escape, and we go back to talking about what we talk about. And
because it's not their kids. That's why they don't care. Like they'll never care until it's their kids, or until it's their son, or until it's someone that they're closely aligned to. They're never gonna care.
Mm-hmm. No. Then and the other thing about it is, and Steve Kerr talked about this, and I think we I've heard multiple times, like this isn't something that should ever be normal. It should always be shocking. It should always be upsetting. We don't want to get to a point where these things are just another day it happens. This is a life. Like this isn't what life should be.
But the upsetting part is it's too late. Buffalo, how long ago was Buffalo?
It was like 10, 11 days ago.
Yeah.
And we just on to the next one. And now we're back to talking about kids. We went over this when what happened in Sacramento happened. Sandy Hook was the turning point. When you decided kids could be murdered and you're not going to make any changes, that was the end. It was over. And what? Anybody holding we are terribly, Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich, the three of us, anybody listening, we're terribly naive if we think just because it happened again, they're going to do something. Everyone's popping their chest out, talking tough right now. And what's been done? They went to recess. That's all that's been done. We'll come back. We'll try to, we'll lighten up a little bit when we come back. We'll try to, what we'll talk about? Men wearing jerseys.
Oh, boy.
Because I got the impression from a tweet the other day that Olivia has a thought on this. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, Tony, that's an exclusive. It's a tough one to get.
Come on. Shout out McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Yes, indeed.
Oh, man.
Well, how many days? Say like you don't have a game for a night, or like all the leagues shut down. Like how many games do you go quiet? Do you go dark? I don't know what the answer is. Right? I feel like you shouldn't play that night, but is it a week? Is it what makes sense?
There's no right answer. I mean, everything's shut down for September 11th. I think I can't remember who the commissioner of the NFL was.
Tagliabue, huh?
Not for September 11th, but for JFK. They played the weekend after Kennedy was killed. And I think that if I remember the commissioner, that's the biggest regret. Like that was such a massive mistake. I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is. It doesn't happen very often. And it's like, y'all said it was the silence, like you said, Olivia, that got your attention for George Floyd. Because it wasn't a camera. I'll show you all the videos you want.
Yeah, they're there.
But you said it was the silence. So, okay. Can't replicate the exact same silence, but we can replicate some of it. But again, I think Adam Silver would have the balls to do it. I think Adam Silver would do it. And I think TNT and ESPN and those companies would work with him. I don't think Rob Manfred or
Goodell.
What's his name?
Goodell, or are you talking about
Goodell? The NHL commissioner.
Beckman, isn't it? Is it Beckman or?
Yeah. They wouldn't have the balls to do it. Rob Manfred would I've got to talk to people, and then the World Series would hear.
Right.
Oh, we're still talking. Dude, Douglas.
He's terrible.
Douglas. Gary Bettman. Thanks, Ramsey. Did you listen to Kendrick's? Did you listen to Kendrick Lamar's album?
No, I have to say, like, today's the first day that well, maybe yesterday and today that I haven't been like heavily medicated.
Oh my! Is it better? We're getting closer. No?
Oh man, yeah, I'm getting better. But for the first week, I was like, I'm not gonna make it. We're done. I don't know why. My doctors were like, calm down. It's gonna get better. And it is getting better. It's going to take quite a more weeks, 6-8 weeks or so. But I haven't really done anything other than going to the game that's fun. I haven't listened to Kendrick. I'm on Twitter every now and then, but I've been trying to just like relax and watch blowout basketball games.
Yeah. So did you fly to San Francisco for the day? You just flew down and flew back?
No, I flew like Tuesday late afternoon, and I got home late last night. Or early this morning, really. It was like 2:00 when I got in this morning.
Oh, okay.
I posted a throwback Thursday photo today of me in high school, and Olivia comments, she says, you look like someone who kept a copy of Malcolm X's biography under his arm, and that your name was Kwame.
Because of the... It's cute, though. It's cute.
That was a wave cap, the little wave cap Scullies. That's like what Puffy would have on.
This was Kenny at every recess between classes or whatever.
We must internalize the flatulation of the matter.
Yeah.
100%.
What'd he say? He said the Latin word jalapeno.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. The ramification inflicted on the incision placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic, taken from the Latin word jalapeno.
How is it always funny? Like, it doesn't
I don't know. It's like 30 something years later, it's still funny. We're back, guys. Hang on. Live on Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you for being with us here. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. 1320 host and contributor Olivia Christian joining us here on the show. We'll try to lighten things up. That was a bit of a heavy start here to this conversation, as I think that's just kind of what this conversations with Olivia have become. They're like hard hitting,
man. We go deep. We dig deep.
Deep thoughts with Olivia every Thursday here on ESPN 1320. But we'll attempt to lighten things up here a little bit, and we'll start with Kenny posted a thread on Twitter earlier this week that said this is just absolute garbage, and it was this thesis that I think his name was Alvin posted.
Yeah, people start getting on his name. Now leave Alvin name
about grown men wearing jerseys, and the consensus was Alvin's a tool, but Olivia responded in a way that made me think, okay, I'm curious what she had to say.
Yeah.
The response was, I have some thoughts. Let's talk about it on Thursday. Well, it's Thursday. I need your thoughts on Alvin and grown men wearing jerseys.
I have to say, Kenny did not respond to my tweet again, saying
he doesn't respond to mine either.
What? Well, I don't know what to say about that. You said we'll talk about it on Thursday.
Oh, good. I have to, like, the way that Alvin approached it was harsh. He kept saying, like, be an adult, grow up and be an adult, don't wear another, like, but I have to say, overall, I agree to, like, I'm not attracted to, I don't mean like romantically, I just mean visually, to men wearing jerseys of men who are younger than them. Like, if you're wearing a throwback, a Jackie Robinson jersey or Reggie Jackson, like, I get that. If you're 40, 50 years old or something, that is who you looked up to as a kid. I get that. But I'm not wearing a Ja jersey. I'm not wearing Steph Curry's number, his jersey. Like, T-shirts, hats, all those things I get. But I just feel like it's an odd thing to pretend like you're either part of the team and getting your own name on the jersey, or just wearing another man's name on your back. Like, are you a man? You got a last name? Be you. You can still celebrate your team, but I think it's wild.
I would like to point this out. You could grab D'Lo and KC merchandise at D'loandKC.com. I just want to point that out for everybody. You could go to D'Lo. You could wear D'Lo's name on your chest. You could wear Casey's name. You can go to D'loandKC.com to get all the D'Lo and KC merchandise. I just wanted to throw that out there.
No problem with having a cartoon figure of mine and D'Lo's on your shirt.
High top fades? Not at all. No.
I've got a couple items in my shopping cart right now. I'm going to go ahead and purchase.
Olivia.
But like one thing he mentioned is like when they're wearing their jerseys and there's no like t-shirt underneath, and you know they don't have the body to pull that off, and you're just like, ugh. It's just like not having calf muscles. If you're a grown man, you should have a calf muscle. I don't want to see your thighs, and I don't want another man's name.
Oh, wait a minute. That was a shot.
Well, Olivia,
your thighs.
I mean, I didn't take it as a shot, but you know,
was.
Olivia, this isn't 2003.
I haven't seen Kenny's thighs. I haven't been out.
Oh, yes, no, you about to. You about to. It's summertime, baby. Them thighs about to be out there.
The thighs are going to be out. This isn't 2003. We're not wearing shorts down to our shins. Like that's just not a good look.
There's a distance between thigh and shin. It's called a knee. Let's get maybe a quarter inch above the knee, 1 or 2.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest. That doesn't look good. It's not hot right now. Would you just want me to not look good just because nowadays? No. What's in right now is you have the shorts a little higher. You know what I'm saying? It's hot outside.
There are a lot of things that become hot, and a couple years later, you're like, what was I doing? What were we thinking? And I'm trying to save you from that moment now. Keep
I don't
those
think that's going to be the case.
At home.
No. The thighs are coming out. But I will also say this about the jerseys. Olivia and Alvin, you guys are thinking a little too much about this. Like if I get a Ja Morant jersey, I know I'm not on the Grizzlies. I know that. It's just the jersey. I like the team. I like the player. Like I want to get a Giannis jersey. Like I like Giannis. I think it looks good too. I like the jersey looks good. It's a sign of the times. Like yo, Giannis is that dude right now. You know, let me get the Giannis jersey. It's all good.
And you get a legit one, and it comes down to your shin because that's how big it is. And you're walking around like a child in a grown man's jersey.
No, absolutely not. You don't get one down to your shin. Once again, this isn't 2003. We're in 2022. You know, they form up a little bit. You know, it's the summertime. It's 103 degrees. I'm not wearing no t-shirt under the jersey. It's just not happening. Okay, it's hot.
Just wear the t-shirt. Just wear the t-shirt and get some pants.
So like here's the thing that's weird. Like because Alvin and Olivia, y'all did the same thing. Y'all wearing another man's name on your back. Like, I mean, it's not 2002 anymore. But if I had a Sean John shirt, that's the man's name. That's
I've never worn the name of a brand unless I'm working out in a Nike t-shirt. If they're not paying me to wear their logo, their name, I don't wear that. I don't do that. Now, if you want to be like, look, I spent $40 on this Sean John t-shirt and I want everybody to know it because that's a thing. That's your style. I'm saying I don't for jerseys because if you like, I did see somebody respond in the thread like, do you not wear band t-shirts? Like if you like this band or this group, do you wear that? I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's different than wearing the name of someone who, again, it might be younger than you, having their name on your back on like a jersey, like you're part of the team. I just think that's wild. But
you're not part of the team. No, I don't think I play for the Niners.
A J-Lo or a Sean John, like if they're not putting money in my bank account, I'm not advertising that.
So you don't own clothes with a logo or brand visible on it? Besides your workout clothes?
No, exactly. My workout clothes say things like Nike and Puma, but I don't have like a Balenciaga shirt that just says Balenciaga. The point of people wearing stuff like that is to be able to say, like, hey, look, I spent a lot of money on this plain T-shirt that has the name of
shots at me. Oh, why don't you just take shots at everybody then? You just came out firing. Like, what is happening?
I was trying to take it light, but now I'm all angry.
No thigh-high shorts, no name brand T-shirts.
Well, I feel like you can wear name brand stuff. Like, I've got a Gucci bag myself. I've got a YSL bag, but it's not some giant.
Right. I didn't know. I mean, man, Gucci, YSL. You don't just get that every day.
Style insists on you not just wearing a giant label. It's how you incorporate that brand into your look. And I'm saying, as a grown man, even if you're at a game, at the cookout, it's 100 degrees, if you have a build that is not conducive to the jersey you want to wear, put a T-shirt on underneath. But even more than that, don't wear the man's jersey. Unless, again, it's somebody older that you loved when you grew up with. Those are my guidelines. Those are my stipulations. That's it. And have calf muscles. Those two things.
Gotta have the calf muscles. Gotta have the calf muscles. I disagree, Olivia.
A plus side to being a chubby kid is my calves are beautiful. I walked around as a fat kid for so long that like I don't have to do calf races.
But I do make that a thing for grown men. Like children, your bodies are changing, you're learning stuff. But if you're a grown man and you got a jersey on and no calf muscles, what are you doing? You look ridiculous.
Which one's worse, the jersey or the lack?
Yeah, which one is worse? Like if they, how do we say it? If they have just a plain white T-shirt on, but they have no calf muscles, is that just unacceptable?
16-inch calves, buddy.
Or if they have calf muscles, but they're wearing a John Morant jersey, is that equally unacceptable, or is one worse than the other?
Oh man, Kenny, this is hard. That's a hard choice. Which one do I hate more? I feel like I've been on this calf thing for a while. Like when I used to travel a ton when the world was open, and walking through the airport, you're just I'm looking down, I'm trying to navigate things. And when I see adult men with no calf muscles, I'm like, you don't ever pick up anything? You don't do a lunge every now? Like, it just seems odd to me that you could be a girl, because I feel like men can get muscles pretty easily. It's very hard for women. So for you to not have a calf muscle is just video all the time. Hot Cheetos and video games all the time. To not have a calf muscle. But the jersey thing has been a thing for me more recently, because I'm like getting up there and I can celebrate those players that I grew up watching, I should say, and wearing their jerseys, or a T-shirt that has their number and their name on the back. Like, that's a thing, but I can't wear a younger person's name on my back. I'm a grown woman.
This conversation took such a strange turn. The calf muscles really threw me for a little.
There's just it's thighs on men, no calves. What if you had no calves? I see your thighs. A bad build jersey of a younger, like, oh, I don't know what to do.
Do you support the Johnny Drama mode of getting calf implants?
No, just do some lunges or some crunch. Well, actually, I take that back. Do whatever you got to do. If you are just unwilling to do any kind of labor, any kind of workout, any regimen to get healthy, and coming from someone who has a hard time putting the Doritos down, I have calf muscles. It's not that hard. But if you don't want to do it, fine. Go put something inside of your calf.
If you cross, I know you're seeing someone. You cross paths with someone, and say Olivia's on the market, and I like this guy. He's nice. He's charming. We're having a good person, a good conversation. Do you look down? Do you take a peek at the calves and oh, buddy? I'm sorry. My girlfriend needs me. I've got to go. I need to know how the process works for you.
I don't think I would immediately exit. I might say hey, are you just getting out of surgery? Have you been laying down for what? Why don't you have? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't say that. I'm just Damien's like, what the? No, I don't think I'd be that hard. But it would be, on the pros con list, it would definitely be a con. But but there could be other ways he can make up for it. But it would be hard. I would want him to wear pants for sure.
Oh, man.
How hard it is.
Well, look, luckily I have calf muscles. The thighs will be out this summer. And I don't know, might get a Giannis jersey. I don't know, man. Might have to.
I feel like you want to just to spite me.
Absolutely getting Olivia a jersey for
the one thing that I do subscribe to is, I'm trying to think. Like they'd have to like really, really like take off and go to another level. I'm in Sacramento. I cover the Kings. I can't have a jersey like a Fox jersey.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm not gonna do.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna have. I may have a Kings jersey. I may go get a Mitch Richmond. I may get a Mitch Richmond, Jason Williams. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But yeah, I can't have a Fox, a bonus. You know, that's just not my style.
That is my point. It just takes.
But I'll have a Giannis jersey.
Fine, whatever. If you want to have no calf, thighs out.
Well, I've always had great legs. I've always had great legs. Never had to worry about that. I've been blessed with great. I've been blessed with great calf muscles since I was 6, 7, 8 years old.
Wow. Everything happened for you at 6, 7, 8 years old. Like
no wonder Kenny always remembers 7. It was the year his calves developed. Kenny was the early blossom.
I remember there's a video of me at Marine World. I was 7 or 8. I can't remember. And somebody was videotaping. I was like, hey, man, get my calves. He's like, why do you always want people to take video of your legs? It's like, because my calves look good, man. Get my calves there. You see the calf muscle.
Is this for real?
For real. I was
walking around telling the ladies, hey, eyes up here. Eyes up here.
I don't know what it was, but I've been blessed and I've been aware of my good calf muscles since I was, like I said, about 7, 8 years old.
I don't think I'm blessed with the ability to get muscles in my legs pretty quickly too. It wasn't until like high school. I was playing tennis mostly. I played tennis, soccer, and basketball. But I was training for the summer playing tennis, and my brother noticed. He's like, "Dang, look at your legs. They're solid." And I was like, look down. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, my legs are so So I've been trying to keep that leg thing going since I was 15 years old, and it comes and goes. But my calves always stay. Like I think his encouragement of it has made me want to keep good calves, and I've extended that to other people. You should.
Well, that's exactly what's going on. You look down, you look like Blue Ivy looking down on the rest of the people in the crowd if they don't have good calves.
And I typically don't try to tell people how to be a fan. Like I believe in, you want to paint yourself purple and stand behind Ken Rudolph during a game, like whatever. But like at the post show when you want to be on camp, like do what you got to do. But don't wear the jersey, especially with no t-shirt underneath.
We're wearing t-shirts under the jersey in 2022.
Wear what makes you happy.
What about like a tank top that's like fitted?
No, you'll have your tank top undershirt. We're not going to call it what they used to call it, but you'll have that on underneath the jersey. But that's about it. We ain't wearing no t-shirt. What am I? 13 going to school? No, guns is out.
If you have good guns, and like that's what I'm saying. Like if you can pull that look off,
and let those that don't have good guns, let them wear it without the undershirt as well. Let them live.
All right, just don't reach over and put your arm around me at a game if you've got.
Be careful with that. Yeah,
we haven't even discussed like shoulder hair and back hair, so I think we should just probably leave this all alone because
there's too many things you have to think about. Instead, just don't wear it. Just don't wear it.
I'm thinking of the scene from Along Came Polly, the basketball scene from Along Came Polly, where he runs into the dude who's all sweaty with all of the chest hair and the trap hair and all right. We've got the men who are paid to wear jerseys tonight. The Golden State Warriors taking on the Dallas Mavericks. You are a Warriors fan. We've been marveling at the fact that Steph Curry and the Warriors squad, but we're really focused on Steph Curry. Dude is on the verge of his 6th NBA Finals with the opportunity to win his 4th NBA championship.
I'm so stressed out for them. I'm so, like, everyone's talking, like, even last game, like, oh, they're going to close it out. It'll be fine. And I feel stressed. I want them to get it so bad, to the point where I will walk out of the room and watch something else or take a lap and I come back. It's wild that I get that emotionally invested in it.
Like, you're stressed for this series or like for a championship?
Anything can happen. I know they're up 3-1, but the fact that everyone's talking about that it's a done deal makes me stressed out. Like, it's not a done deal. They've got
No, it is. No, it is. It's over. It's over.
You're jinxing us right now.
No, they can't jinx this. This one's over.
I just don't think that Dallas can do what they did. I didn't think Dallas could do that, period. I don't think they can do that again. Like, they were at one point 19 of 33 from 3. That is insane. That is absolutely nuts. They were 19 of 33 from 3-point range. And the second, like, if Golden State kind of closes the water off a little bit on them getting to the basket the way that they did to the first one, and they start searching for that 3, man, it ain't. I don't think it's there. It's just going to come down to whether Golden State knocks down their shots early as to whether this game is competitive going into the fourth quarter or not.
I know what you're saying. I hear you intellectually.
They just don't show enough to me.
I just what?
I said they just don't show enough to me. Dallas doesn't.
Yeah. And that's what, like, I understand, like, the stats, but, like, who they got on the team. Luka doesn't have a lot of consistent guys who can show up every night. It's not likely they're going to show up tonight. The odds are not in their favor. But that's when crazy stuff happens. That's what makes me worried. Sorry.
No, I do understand. If I'm a fan of the team, I'm always looking at the worst case scenario that could happen. I'm just telling you, you don't have anything to be worried about.
Well, also, like, during these finals, it's like no lead is really safe. I don't feel good. You're up by 20 in the second quarter. I'm like, so what? It's the whole other game the second half. Or in the third quarter, even if you're up by double digits, you're not safe. So I'm stressed the entire time.
But the good news for the Warriors, and I guess this is true for Dallas too. I just feel like it fits the Warriors more. Even Tuesday, I thought the Warriors were going to win. I just don't feel like there's a lead big enough to where, I'm counting them out. It went down. What was it? 19? Not the Tuesday, but a few games ago, weren't they down 19?
Yeah, I think game 2 they was down 19 or so.
And they got rid of that. I mean, between Steph, they just have so many different weapons. Boy, two very different portions of this conversation. If you tuned in to the start of our conversation with Olivia and then tuned in for the second half, and those were two very different vibes there from Olivia Christian. But we're so happy that you are back with us. We've missed you the last couple of weeks, but we are thrilled that you are back. We're going to head out to the best of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 on the radio and on the Odyssey app. If you missed anything today, including Bonta Hill and some of our conversations here about the Sacramento Kings potentially trading up, trading down, and perhaps some names that we haven't talked about at the 4 spot coming up in the draft, we'll run that stuff back for you. And then game 5, the Golden State Warriors close it out and head to their 6th NBA Finals in recent years. We will have that game for you here on ESPN 1320. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a great rest of your evening. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll see you tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go nobody.
Clear.
I say nobody because I kind of do. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens if the Warriors lost.
Super interesting.
Did you guys talk about how, like, Kerr's rotations in the last game, bringing in Moody and Damian Lee, and it just kind of like, I know that he wants to give experience to those guys, but it seems
give him experience, give him some playoff chops in a game that the series is over. So you might as well give him a couple minutes.
I would have rather them just just like close it out. They ended up coming back a bit, and then we gave it away again when our starters came back in. But it
They played
seems
well. They didn't play bad.
They did.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of odd that, after the rain delay, I thought maybe there would be, I don't know if it happens in other leagues, or there's some kind of like fine you get. It'd be really hard for me to get back up again after sitting around like that if I were a player.
They would have to given me, and I think they did give them like time to warm up and do all that other stuff. But it definitely can take you out of your routine, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, athletes are all about routine, like doing the same thing and throwing the chalk in the air.
Basketball players, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I think, like, do they get fined for that? Billionaire owner? Can we put a sock in the hole? No?
I don't think so.
Well, I've missed you guys. Sorry.
Missed you.
Missed you too, man. The chatty houses missed you. Everybody missed you.
The last time I was here, my internet was janky, and I was so afraid it was going to happen.
No. It happened to me yesterday.
It just happens.
It happens, dude. Like, we had to make an adjustment on the fly yesterday. So it happens, man.
I've had a hell of a run.
You have had a pretty strong run. You have.
Something.
Oh, what? Alfonso, what's popping, man? What's good over there, man? How you doing, big dog? Over there in them DRE streets. Oh, see J-Lo, see Olivia, you got him throwing away all his shorts because they're
Put some biker shorts underneath. Just kidding. That's worse.
No, I don't condone that. Although if you're playing, like if I'm playing basketball, I got the compression pants on. Yeah. But just walking around, like, no, we're not doing that.
I think my mind might be able to be changed on seeing a little bit of thigh, but I really don't think heterosexual women are like attracted to a man's thigh. It's not like, ooh, look at that thigh. But a calf is just a sign of whether or not you're weak. And so,
God.
If you're weak, I don't want to date a weak dude.
I've never heard
I have to couch myself because you don't have that. Oh.
This is spectacular.
Never heard these things before.
Olivia will say, "Get your weak ass away from me. Go do some calf raises. Go lunge. Go do something. You look like trash. What are you doing?"
I always said, like, I never want to date a guy where, like, if we got in a physical fight, obviously I would never date, things crazy as that. But I would never want to date a guy that if we got in a physical fight, it'd be a toss-up with who would win. I want it to be guaranteed that he would win. Like, I don't want to be in a fight, but I want it to be obviously this man is strong enough to win. That is the criteria.
Casey, Jesse, Kyle's locked in for tomorrow.
Okay. Cool.
So you got Trista at the normal time and Kyle at the normal time.
Sounds good.
But when you say that's like the opposite for men, men tend to be attracted to women who they can kind of throw over their shoulder. Like you want a smaller, not everybody,
Yeah,
but
not at all.
Like petite type
like
of.
Ball. No.
Some want the Amazon. Some want
love them all. Love them all.
Compared to your size, like, do you want a woman who is a foot taller than you that could, if you arm wrestled, she can win? Like, that's a thing that
Have you been to Liz Cambage's Instagram page? Have you seen Liz Cambage before? Like, I
don't care. Don't care.
Like, you're asking the wrong questions, buddy. You are asking.
I'll go look, and I'll answer my own question here.
Yeah, go pull up E Cambage and take a look.
We don't care. We don't care.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Some things we're just willing to look past.
We ain't tripping off that. Although, like, I was talking to Jazz about this, and I was just like, we were at the festival, and some girls were out there wearing whatever, right? And I don't know how we got on the topic, but she was like, "What? Like, if you were with your friends, like, what would you see and be like, oh man, look, like that's crazy stuff, like be attracted to essentially." And I said what I said. Now I was like, what is that for a woman? Because it doesn't seem like they look at a body and they're like, oh my gosh, like, do you see that? And I think she was saying it's just more of like a guy's style, right? You know what I'm saying? Whether how he's dressed, how he carries himself. It doesn't even have to be designer, but if it's stylish or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
she didn't say like a good smile or well-groomed or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think women are much more personality driven. Because I mean, there are a lot of ugly dudes who have nice looking women on their shoulder or on their arm, maybe on their shoulder too. But, like if they're funny, they're outgoing and they're loving and support, like all that stuff. Like the looks thing can, like, you're like, all right, you can look a little different, your body, your face, all that stuff. But and the calf thing is a thing. The strength thing is a thing. The strength thing. I definitely want somebody to be strong. They don't have to be chiseled and all that stuff, but like I said, I want you to be able to overwhelm me if we got in a fight very easily. That is the criteria.
Yeah, it's
the calves.
And keep your calves quiet. That's the criteria. I mean, your thighs. Your thighs quiet. Loud calves, quiet thighs.
Loud calves, quiet thighs.
Make that a t-shirt. Loud.
Yeah, Jordan, don't rewind this conversation and just throw it.
Why? I think this is healthy. This is helpful for people to understand.
I mean, it's certainly the look into the mind of a woman for sure. For sure.
Of a woman, yeah. I'm not speaking for all of us for sure. I'm sorry.
Oh man. Okay. My mom's here, so I'm gonna go.
Hey.
Hi, Daniel's mom.
Yeah. The calves get.
Oh my.
Is what it is.
I don't even know if that's what she meant.
I hope you have a nice smile to go with this.
I don't think she wants thick calves.
All right. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Appreciate you.
Bye, everybody.
Hit the thumbs up.